Alright, we're here! It's almost time! 2-minute warning! We are on the cusp of a huge patch notes drop, courtesy of the team behind Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising. We are about to sink our teeth into what is going to be the biggest patch the game has seen so far. It's gonna be great. We got a minute till it potentially pops up. I am all set up, ready to go. We're gonna go through each change specifically, one by one, to take a look at what changes have come through. And we're gonna go. I'm gonna use the game to demonstrate kind of how the changes will work to better explain it. Oh my gosh. But it's going to be fun. We're going to see who all gets the juicy buffs, who all gets the nerfs, what nerfs happen, system, character, and then we're going to jump in and see how everyone's ranks in big winners, losers, big losers, regular winners, or who kind of stayed the same. We are about to jump into it. I'm excited. As soon as those notes go live, we are going crazy right now. We got the Preacha video hit at exactly 9 o'clock for... Hit exactly at 9 o'clock. So we got a video from SNK, which I ain't gonna watch. Ian Robb advances to top 4. Hey, look at that. Some kid, who 12 years in the making, makes it to top 4 of the Pokemon TCG World Championships. Good for them. Good for them. I'm hitting that refresh. I'm mashing that refresh right now. I am waiting for those notes to go live. And then we're gonna pop off. Okay, I'm gonna keep refreshing their official channel as well. There it is. Patch notes are live. Let me set up MooBot with the patch notes real quick so we can have that as a command as well. We're gonna do command notes, create, and then we're gonna take this. Is it a PDF? Okay. Okay. 1.50 patch notes. Okay. So I got a notes command in here. Exclamation point notes. It should be active. So let's make sure that works. Here we go. Notes. Kaboom. All right. All right. All right. Switching over to live view. All right. Dun da 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 dun da 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 dun da 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 dun da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Where's my thing? There it is. All right. I need to make this bigger. What is my mute button for my stream? I think I might have broken the CSS. Here we go. All right, let's begin. Big patch notes. Big patch notes. Big patch notes. No whammies. Stop. I don't think I'm making some stuff bigger. I don't know if I'm not making the actual notes bigger. I think that's as big as this gets. New playable character, Versusia, has been added in addition to a new Granblue, exclamation point, game mode, and major balance adjustments for the entire roster. Major balance. New DLC character, Versusia has been added as a playable character. She has been added as a premium avatar, a music track, weapon skins, badges, title cards, sticker cutout, and figure studios and expressions for Versusia. So it's, the full kit and caboodle. Versusia must be unlocked as a playable character to access these features, except for stickers. Versusia has been added to the Rupee shop under special content, so you can buy her with the points, the currency you get in game, or you can get her out of the season pass, like most people would. PS5, PS4, Versusia purchase bonus added to serial codes option in the menu. So whatever she brings to the mobile game is there. A new video showcasing Versusia's unique skills is now available. Alright, cool, let's check it out. One second here. Make sure you actually get audio from here. Bam. Versusia character guide. Okay.
Fear not. Destruction comes for us all. Versusia is the 5th DLC character coming to Rising. Featuring far-reaching normals and skills, she's a deadly goddess who augments her diverse mood pool with a powerful self-buff. Find opportunities to power up, and then return your foes to their place in the void. Celestial Dominion. Versusia's unique action is Celestial Dominion, which applies the namesake self-buff at the press of a button.
Okay.
While the buff is active, press the unique action button again after landing a skill to perform a distinctive follow-up.
Oh, that's cool. So you can spend the stock to get extra power out of it.
Activate Celestial Dominion when you can. It's essential for rendering Divine Judgment.
So very much like the Forge
Another
for
thing,
Vaseraga.
while the buff is active, Versusia's unique attack changes to Celestial Strike.
Spin!
On
Okay.
block, you'll retain advantage, making it great for applying pressure.
Okay.
And on hit, it can be chained into additional attacks, making it useful for combos.
I like that. Okay.
Deadly Flare.
So skill, neutral skill.
Deadly Flare summons a pillar of flame from the ground.
Kokodeska. They gave her Gene
When
its
far
special.
away from your opponent, it's summoned in a fixed location. But if you get closer, it tracks the foe to some degree.
Kokodeska.
Versusia lacks defensive options when her foes are up close and personal, so use this skill to bring penance to any would-be aggressors. Medium manifests the pillar at a distance.
Ah, I see. Okay.
In contrast, this version tracks at long range.
I like. Yeah, it literally is Kokodeska.
But if
Hell
you're
yeah.
at max range, it loses this tracking property. The
Oh,
same
so
is
you
true
can-
of close range as well.
Ah, I like that. Okay.
Heavy creates the pillar at the opponent's location.
That tracks no matter
And
what.
unlike light and medium, it tracks the enemy no matter where you're standing.
So none of them can go full screen except for the heavy version. Got it.
Furthermore, it activates quickly, meaning it's possible to catch a moving opponent.
Ah, they have to spot dodge on reaction.
Lastly,
okay.
it leads to a follow-up in the corner. Depending on your distance, it has application as a poke or combo extender.
I like it. Thank you. They're being very descriptive.
Nirmanarati is the Celestial Dominion
Nirman Arati. So the follow-up, which is a second blast.
Follow-up to Deadly Flare.
Also, her wings like sprout when she does that.
Usable after any non-ultimate version, this follow-up calls down a bolt of lightning upon your
Oh
foe.
my god. I love this so much.
It knocks down on hit, and heavy can lead to an additional extension, even in the middle of the arena.
Zap. Oh, hell yeah!
Even if Deadly Flare gets blocked, you can use this follow-up to retain the advantage.
Plus on block, plus on block, plus on block.
Cover yourself on block, or render more punishment on hit. Irmanarati is a versatile piece of your arsenal.
Oh, she got through the projectile! Hell yeah!
Ultimate summons a massive twisting vortex.
Kokodeska! Oh my god.
It comes out quickly and covers about half the screen, making it a great option for stopping any potential disrespect. When
She's
connected,
the zoning
the field will
queen!
persist for a few moments longer.
But
allowing
Paul
for
is definitely
conversion
playing this
even
character.
at a distance, or on block, producing ample block stun. Nimbus.
Nimbus Cloud?
Nimbus fires a skybound blast of energy.
That's her anti-air? Okay.
It comes out fast and features a generous anti-air hitbox. But on counter, it briefly stuns airborne opponents,
Oh, cool,
allowing
okay.
you to tag them with a deadly flare.
I like that.
Medium fires at a lower angle. And just like light, it converts into a combo after a counter hit, so bait your foe into jumping from mid to long range.
I like that. Yeah.
Heavy boasts bigger damage and an even lower angle. And at close to mid-range, it can even hit grounded foes.
But then you run out of your anti-air cooldown. Okay.
Best of all, counter hit or not, it will briefly stun the opponent.
I like that.
Sometimes
yeah.
mercy lies in the
Yes.
swift end.
I love this. Zoning.
Tushita is the Celestial Dominion follow-up to Nimbus.
She gets a jump?
Available after any non-ultimate version of Nimbus, it causes Versusia to leap from her current position.
Interesting. Okay.
This allows you to give chase, extending your anti-airs into combos.
Oh, I dig it. Yeah. That's sick. Okay.
Otherwise, it's effective for maintaining safe pressure.
Hell yeah.
Ultimate changes into an invincible, close-ranged uppercut.
Yeah, she doesn't have defensive options unless she
With
has
both
meter.
offensive
Sure.
and defensive applications, use it as a reversal or to stuff your opponent's pokes. Samsara.
Samsara. All right.
Samsara is a swift lunging attack.
That gotta be unsafe on block, right?
Startup is quick, making it useful for extending combos.
Samsara.
It retains advantage on block,
No!
so use it from mid-range for strong pressure or to expose gaps in your opponent's offense.
Don't make an advantage on block. No!
Medium travels farther and deals more damage. And on counter, it can convert into a combo from mid-screen.
Okay.
However, you could eat a nasty counter if it's blocked, so be judicious.
That's a light attack. That ain't nasty. Chill out.
Heavy activates fast and travels far.
That is fucking hella fast.
On hit, it can lead to a conversion near the corner, so use it to extend your combos or to apply pressure from afar. And just like medium, this version is susceptible to punishment when
Okay.
blocked.
Good. Make that negative on block. Thank you.
Yama is the Celestial Dominion follow-up to Samsara.
Oh my god, she spits at him. She's a
It
Susanoo.
fires a beam of light, thrusting
Bleh.
the opponent away. Activated as a follow-up to any non-ultimate version of Samsara.
Yeah!
If Samsara is blocked, Yama provides a relatively safe follow-up.
What makes it unsafe?
And in the corner, activating Yama after heavy or medium represents immense damage potential.
I see,
Press the
okay.
advantage and bring them eternal night. Ultimate is a foreboding screen-wide lunge.
Blah! She does a follow-up to it too.
It won't convert into a combo, but it activates fast and travels far, giving you an approach that the normal versions of the skill cannot emulate.
Blah! I love that spit. She goes, ha! Okay, this character's
Just be
sick.
careful, the lunge is not invincible.
Thank you!
Anitya. Anitya conjures an orb of destructive energy. Versusia will hop backward upon activation, buying some space. Throw it to bait an approaching foe into jumping, then punish that jump with a well-timed Nimbus. Or if they get wise to your onslaught, punish them with a deadly flare instead. Medium has a slightly longer range and duration. This version doesn't provide much of a hopback, so use it when you want to maintain your current footing.
Okay, interesting projectile.
Heavy lasts longer than medium.
It persists? Okay, that's funny.
Set the orb directly in front of
So
your
she has a
foe to
little bit
limit
of
their
a
movement
Orochi
options,
Shirmi in
all
her
while
too.
maintaining your own assault.
She's a bit of like Susanoo, Orochi Shirmi, and from
In the corner,
KOF,
it can lead to a
and
conversion.
Justice
So try
from Guilty
canceling
Gear.
into heavy Anitya from a triple attack. Try a Streamshaw is the Celestial Dominion follow-up to Anitya.
Oh my god, her pose! That's so sick.
Usable after any non-ultimate version of Anitya, it warps Versusia on top of the foe to rain death from above.
She's just, oh, that looks amazing.
Use it for that extra bit of damage after landing Anitya.
Bloop. Hui.
It retains advantage on block,
Mom.
making it one way to safely close the distance.
Mom. Actually, Mom. And her theme is fucking
Ultimate
great too.
features the longest duration.
And it just lingers! Oh my god, I want to control
Exploit
space.
this extra time to limit your opponent's movement options.
Kokodeska.
The orb slows down as it
And
approaches your
Genus.
foe.
She
This
is a
allows for some
fucking
truly
wombo
wicked
combo of a
Okizeme
character.
pressure after a knockdown. Have your rebirth and destruction. So go ahead, damn them to defense with any number of offensive applications.
Overhead. Dash M, okay.
Yomotsu.
Yamotsu.
Invincible on startup, Yomotsu is a swift lunge followed by a flurry of energy blasts. Use it to
Psycho
counter their
Crusher.
assault,
Oh my god,
command
yes.
the neutral, or finish a combo. Yomotsu is a godlike move befitting your godlike nature.
It's so cool looking!
Cataclysm. Cataclysm is Versusia's most potent attack. Invincible on startup, she flies into the air and covers the ground in world-ending fire. Whether used as a reversal or for optimizing damage, Cataclysm will bring an end to your foe's entire existence.
She just erased the planet!
Versusia possesses distinctive and far-reaching attacks. Pick the proper
Crouching
technique
heavy,
for the
yeah.
moment at hand, all while keeping those pesky mortals at bay. Strongest at mid to long range, this goddess excels when she can find breathing room to apply Celestial Dominion to augment her specials. Let Crush.
That's so cool! Oh my god, we got the Power Zoner! We got the super large Power Zoner. Oh my god, she looks so sick. Holy shit. She's tall and mad and fantastic. I love it. Holy crap. This is like the Zoner of my dreams. Like, if she's good, but pause switching to her, I know that much. That's crazy. That is Versusia. That is our first reaction to Versusia's gameplay, her gameplay. We're avoiding Twitter, by the way. I'll be damned if I hop on Twitter right now and check anyone's reactions or spoilers to the patch. So we're doing this on our own, okay? But holy crap. She looks amazing. Wow. I am checking if I get any retweets, which I don't, which is fine. A new stage, which we saw in the trailer, Point Zero, Twilight. I have to finish episode 82 when tomorrow comes in story mode. So tomorrow I'll probably do some story mode. Grandmaster versus rank added. Held by 10 players with the highest master point rankings for each character. Master points are earned after reaching master rank with a character. Master points will be reset with the addition of a Grandmaster after this update. So that is basically replacing, just like there's a new rank called Grandmaster. The master points which you earn after hitting master rank go towards that, and the players with the highest will have that Grandmaster title. If they retain it at the end of the season, they will be receiving a Grandmaster badge and title for that character. So I want to see who will be the first to get Grandmaster with every character in the game, and they will be the best Granblue player, in my opinion, in my heart. A battle season system has been implemented. Battle seasons will reset periodically along with any master points accumulated. Players who maintain their Grandmaster versus rank when the season resets will earn special rewards, which we talked about just earlier, and that was from a previous post that they did. An RTT indicator allows players to see connection ping quality before matches has been added to online lobby stations. We can see the connection. We can actually see, like, RTT specifically stands for, hold on. Thank you. It's no longer green bar, 4 bar, 5 bar. It is now RTT, which is Round trip time. In computer networks, a signal is usually a data packet, and RTT is measured in milliseconds. It's a key performance metric for web applications, often used interchangeably with ping time. RTT is an important metric for understanding if a connection can be made, and if so, how long it will take. It's an estimate and not a guarantee. So the lower RTT, the better you say, oh, this is my strength of my connection with this person. Excellent, excellent. A player's current online lobby is now displayed under status in the follow list. I'm not following anybody. Players can now select jump to same location in the follow list to join the same lobby as another player. So if you have friends online in your friends list, you can jump to them immediately and join their lobby without having to go through the whole menu like that. That's cool. A new minigame, Robomi Epic Clash, which is Samurai Kirby, has been added to online lobbies along with minigame stations. Basically, you know, you're playing as Robomi, who might be a playable character because it's hinting at this, and you're pressing the button immediately. Dr. Rashomon. Players can now play minigame station minigames in online lobbies while standby for a match. So if you're waiting for a match, you can just have some fun. And then, of course, very important, players detected to be abusing matchmaking will be penalized, in addition to investigations conducted on prior offenders. So people who lag switch, people who are notable for always rage quitting, or people who are playing in ranked mode against another computer they have so they can rank boosters, are going to be susceptible to people abusing the matchmaking system for their own benefit. Arcade mode, upon filling certain conditions, Versusia will appear as a boss character. Players can now continue after losing against Lucilius. Oh, my leg. My leg. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, careful. Sorry, hold on. My nerve is flaring up. Give me a second here. I need to relax 1 second. I'm sorry. I have a nerve problem on the, like, my knee pit, I guess, on my right leg. So my knee and the opposite end of it on my leg. Sometimes a nerve will start, like, having a sudden jolt of pain. Like I got, like, a needle just went into it, right? And it really fucking hurts. So I've known that as soon as I feel that, I stretch out my leg all the way and it'll go away. But it's been kind of an ongoing problem. So I apologize. A new episode 82, When Tomorrow Comes, has been added, which is what you get for the new stage from, so this will be like the Versusia chapter. A partner will join you in battle in episode 79, Endless Light. Okay. A new game mode, Slime Blaster, has been added. It can appear as the second stage in Granblue, so you have to kill as many slimes to get points. So this is Granblue's changes. Player cannot hold the attack button to repeatedly attack, and you can change that. Game selection, odds for third game, so we have different stages, more can appear better. Cutscenes and screen positions, you can go to the pause menu if you ever need to back out. Appearance rates for items have been adjusted based on in-game ranking. Appearance rate for random item has been adjusted. Time to determine random item selection has been reduced, so you get an item a little bit faster if you don't like choose it on your own. The hitbox for charge attacks when not holding an item has been expanded, so you're barehanded. And then items have been changed, so this is just various Granblue's items are now different, all the ones that you get from like the item repositories. Balance adjustments have been made to Rising Royale, so they made the running one a bit different. Certain items cannot be on disappearing stairs, so you can actually... Stairs will look better, easier to look at, and you can put stuff on them. Notification now appears when a player has reached the goal. And then the final stage makes it a little bit harder and makes the time limit a little bit bigger. And whoever's closest to it after time goes up will win, so people don't just get stuck and no one wins. Okay. Gold Brick Hoarder, Owlcat Animas now appear for all teams when 30 seconds are left. So people can transform into Owlcats to try to get as many gold bricks. Invincible characters will not get... If a box falls on them, they'll get moved, even though they're invincible. More items at bases. Interval for items to appear at your base will be reduced from 20 to 12 seconds, so it's going to be a little more hectic. And fried shrimp will no longer affect teammates. Good. And golem defense. Enemies have less health. Defeating bosses gives you healing areas. Turning speed is now no longer reduced when attacking. Movement speed increased Okay, that's cool. And then movement speed no longer reduced when attacking with guns. New cutouts in the store. And then see partner voice animation timing. When selecting a partner, your voice line will now play when returning to the main menu. Minigame time and fix some text bugs. Alright, here we go. Are we ready? Here's what we were hoping for. Battle and character adjustments. The philosophy for these adjustments is to refine overall game balance. Along with adjustments being made to universal actions, we've made individual changes to the entire roster. Our primary focus was to highlight their individual strengths while carefully evaluating the balance of risk and reward. This also meant weakening some powerful characters, nerfs, and exploitable tools that minimize the opponent's agency. We would like to play. Reaping rewards disproportionate to the risk taken. Near, Siegfried, 6, Lancelot to an extent. And then other characters who might get juiced up and not have that problem. There you go, that's what I want to see. This also meant weakening some powerful characters and exploitable tools that minimize the opponent's agency, reaping rewards disproportionate to the risk taken. Since these adjustments involve significant changes to the game's overall balance, we will continue to fine-tune things while incorporating player feedback. Please don't. Thank you. Keep incorporating things, but be careful listening to the players. Alright, for further details on what has changed, please see adjustments below. The F used in the descriptions below refer to frames. And of course, light, medium, heavy, and unique action. Okay. So, without further ado, I'm going to boot into training mode on my side. And I'm going to display all the little things as we come along. Alright? I have my pad set up for me. I'm going to pick Gran. I'm going to put Djeeta there. We're going to go to just a nice bare bone stage. There we go. And I'm going to have my own music playing the entire time. So let me change the sound settings. I want my own music playing because I'll be bouncing back between the game and the website, and when I leave the game it turns the music off, so I'd rather just have music playing this way. Alright. We don't see the game yet. I'll put that on when it's time. System-wide. For universal actions, focus was put on making it harder to convert advancing attacks in mid-range combat, such as various ultimate skills in Dash L! Yes! Yes! Wait to see what it is. Hold on. Differences in each character's respective concepts and traits, such as hit confirming and extending combos from ultimate skills, directly affected the rewards when landing one. We've aimed to correct these disparities by making other characters be able to get combos off of ultimate skills. Let's read that again. Focus was put on making it harder to convert advancing attacks in mid-range combat, which is like 6's ultimate skills, not so much Siegfried's, but you have like 6 and Near were some of the biggest offenders of that, because they had forward advancing, safe on block ultimate skills. Even like Beatrix with Thunderbird ultimate is advancing extremely strong. And a handful of other characters, right? Okay. So hold on, wait. Harder to convert advancing attacks in mid-range combat, such as various and Dash L. But now, all characters can now connect Dash L into close standing M attack. Scaling has been increased to lower the overall reward for landing a Dash L, narrowing the gap in combo potential between characters. Additionally, ultimate skills have been made easier to punish by reducing the amount of pushback and increasing the recovery. So if you hit a Dash L, you now get a medium attack, but it has scaling, which it helps characters because some characters can only get a far L and some characters can't even get a far L even when it hits correctly. So now it seems that there is... I guess if you're doing a close enough dash L, you can get a close M? Because, like, in a frame of reference... Well, when we get to the actual note, we'll go into it. Raging chains were also adjusted, targeting the powerful utility of canceling a standing or crouching L into Raging Strike and Raging Chain, and reducing the amount of damage dealt early in the combo. Overall, these changes aim to reduce the damage from simple yet powerful actions and combos while addressing the imbalance in rewards between characters. Because some characters have amazing stand Ls and can get huge damage from just a little tap, right? Dash L. The latter part of Dash L can be cancelled into close standing M, allowing all characters to chain Dash L into close standing M. When used to start a combo, it now counts as the second hit, applying third hit 70% scaling to any follow-up attack. Every subsequent hit will scale an additional 10% to a maximum of 20% damage scaling. Skills that have multiple hits will be counted as a single hit in this instance. This does not apply when used mid-combo. So if you have a combo that goes into Dash L, it won't adjust the timing of it. So, but now, okay. So now if I do this, you can, when I do that, I can cancel the recovery animation into a close M. Normally you can like do it on like a counter hit, that's fine, right? Let me turn off counter hit. Hold on. And then put him on standing. So you can always do that. It's like he can always do this. But other characters will be able to do it consistently. Because you'll be able, basically, as soon as that hit comes in, you can cancel into close M. So it lets it so you can always guarantee to hit that. So it makes it like a triple attack. But it's going to be scaled off of that hit already. So you can get a guaranteed triple attack or just like an extension. Okay. So if you start a combo with it, you get 30% scaling already, or 70% damage scaling, so your damage goes a lot lower. I think I would have been fine with it not being chained into close standing L. But again, it makes the whole cast have that ability. It doesn't make it, unfortunately, it's still plus on block. Despite the change, it's still plus on block. So we got to deal with this a little bit more, which I know a lot of people aren't going to be happy about. Jump attack. Performing a jumping attack during the center of your jump or high jump now counts as the third hit, applying fourth hit 60% damage scaling to any following attack. This does not apply when used mid combos, while using aerial maneuvers such as Zephyr, or while in the descent of a jump. So if I get an A, so that means at this point, if I get an air counter hit, this is going to be much more scaled, like, right? It's like on the ascent, counter hit. So it'd be a lot more. There's a lot more scaling on. Oh, I got a hit, counter hit, and was able to get something off of there. Or you have a character that can like juggle. So that's going to do a lot less damage on air counter hits, which is really good against like. Well, that's kind of a buff to some characters. That's kind of a buff to some characters, to be honest. Like, your best way for like anti-airing near is to like, you know, the best way to like to stop near is go for air to airs. So they just made it better if near players get hit while in the air. But that just means, yeah, if you somehow get like, or if you start a combo with a rising attack on someone, is going to be a lot less damage off of that. Okay. Interesting adjustment. Interesting adjustment. That's a lot of scaling too. Raging Strike. Any Raging chain performed after the second hit of a combo now has 50% damage scaling. This does not apply when following a guard crush inflicted by a Raging Strike. So, if you do a Raging Chain after the second hit of a combo, so light into Raging Chain, you have now made the combo scale by half. You have reduced you have reduced the damage of Raging Strike by half. Oops. Oops. Yeah, so they've reduced the damage of doing a Raging Chain. So it scales it a lot more, which is going to be also really good, because a lot of characters got so much damage off of that. Which is, again, I think a really good change. That hurts 2B and other characters. Because I know, like, 2B... I know, like, 2B, a lot of her combos use Raging Strike. But that just means that characters, if you do combos into Raging Strike, Raging Strike, Raging Strike, that is no longer good. It is no longer beneficial. It basically nerfs finishing a game by doing Raging Strike, Raging Chain, hit, Raging Strike, Raging Chain, hit, Raging Strike, Raging Chain. That combo is finally going to be a harder to finish a game with easy sequence, and that you have to finish a combo with using your resources besides that, so you can no longer do heavy chain, right? So that I like that change a lot. Ultimate skill. When using to start a combo, it now counts as a second hit, applying third hit damage scaling to any follow-up attack. Ultimate skills now scale your combo heavily, decently. So characters that can just YOLO ultimate skill now will do less damage. They're reducing damage. That's what we want to see. YOLO ultimate skill is not going to be, it's going to be still good. And you're still going to get damage, but it's going to be 70% the damage of what you would have gotten beforehand. That's any raw ultimate skill. When starting a combo with the ultimate skill, the SBA gauge will fill more slowly during that combo. So you no longer get the boost of juice back for hitting the combo. Even you get your refund, and that's it. That's great. There's so many strong ultimate skills that people can just throw out and get big damage. 6 near, Beatrix. I would say like stuff like 2B with her laser beam. There's like a handful of other characters too. I think Siegfried is not really known for like getting like an ultimate skill like big hit off of there, but like, they're like, it's in the moment thinking like Charlotta, a lot of Charlotta damage came from ultimate ball, so that weakens that too. So you got to think about a lot of characters that had like really good ultimate skill combo starters. It's going to be harder to utilize that effectively. Skybound Art, Super Skybound Art. When used to start a combo, it now counts as a third hit, applying fourth hit, damage scaling to any follow-up attack. So if you start a combo with the SSBA, after? Who gets a follow-up to SB? Maybe it's just SSBAs do less damage if you hit raw. So it's less. Wake up SSBA or raw SSBA is going to be a lot less after the first hit. Okay, interesting. Block button. On wake up, recovery, and mid-air recovery, pressing the block button while inputting an attack will now prioritize the attack without blocking. Does that open up a new OS? On wake up, recovery, mid-air recovery, pressing the block button while inputting it. So you always attack instead of, because it used to default to block. Excuse me. Let's see. I kind of want to test that out. So I want the dummy on a hit to DP me. I said counterattack. All right. Okay, what's counter on hit? Fine, whatever. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. So if I hold the block button down, if I press an attack first, it would if I press an attack first and then the block button, it defaulted to block. So you see that, right? I'm doing the medium and then block. I'm pressing medium first. But it's counting that as that, right? Recovery. Interesting. Okay. So the attack will come out instead and read that in those situations, which I think maybe reduces the... makes it hard. It makes it people punished for mashing on certain things instead of being able to Kara block. Interesting. I wonder how that will affect things. That seems like a minor change, but nothing. That's not something that I've heard a lot about, to be honest. So it's kind of interesting to see that kind of change. All right, time for Gran. Gran was designed with an easy-to-understand set of skills, making him an ideal character to introduce players to Granblue Fantasy Versus when learning the fundamentals of fighting games. However, due to the overly simplistic nature of his skills, it was challenging to add layers to his offensive options. I'm going to start recording now. I forgot to start recording. We're going to start. Okay, here is the changes for Gran. I'll have to download this video so I can put out like the initial part and splice things together. I'm so silly. I'm such a silly goose. I'm going to put a marker. Alright. Summary of changes for Gran. Gran was designed with an easy-to-understand set of skills, making him an ideal character to introduce players to Granblue Fantasy Versus, while learning the fundamentals of fighting games. However, due to the overly simplistic nature of his skills, it was challenging to add layers to his offensive options, which required high-level techniques to fully utilize. We focused on improving the utility of his skills that had limited usage, especially Power Raise, which is his unique skill, which has been reworked to be more rewarding at all levels. You saw during the Versusia change, there's an icon under Gran's Skybound gauge. Medium Overdrive Surge has been reworked for increased use beyond simply as a follow-up from the L version, which is the normal boot that he has. It deals more damage and sends the foes flying much farther. Not flies. Flies foeing, yes. Allowing Gran to push foes into the corner more reliably without relying on the H version. Which basically, if you want to get to the corner, you used the H version, aka the EX boot, to go to the corner, but then you lose using the boot for an EX wall bounce. Speaking of which, the H version can now be used as a follow-up to L Overdrive Surge. He can now poke with his far-standing M, canceling into L Overdrive Surge followed by the H version, increasing his potential damage output in mid-range combat. Power Raise's charge mechanic was difficult to utilize with the higher pace of battle, so because no one really charged it up outside of like using it for corner combos. There was no real worth like having it charged. So significant changes have been made to make it more viable. It still retains the charge mechanic, but the duration required to fully charge it has been shortened, and a visual gauge has been added to the UI to more easily keep track of its charge level, which helps the opponent out as well. The property of each level has been enhanced and reworked. So let's go through each one. Jumping U. Startup has been reduced 12 frames to 10 frames. Maybe I could change this game to windowed. That might help out a lot better. Let's see. Let me go to the settings real quick and try to change this. Borderless full screen. Okay. We're going to go for that instead. That way I can bounce between the two more easily. Okay. That's actually much better. Gran. Blue. Fantasy. Okay. So we're going to go through each change one by one. I told you, this is going to be in-depth to all hell and back, so I hope you're all ready. So this is now... It is going to be active faster. So it's going to be better. It's easier to use for pressure, right? Because a lot of times you had to use it very early when you were jumping, so it was very apparent what you were going for. But now that you can do it later, it'll be easier to hit it deep and mix up the timing and get rewarded for it. Okay. Regenlave. Just going to close up my other browser there. Ultimate Regenlave. Recovery and total animation have been reduced by 2 frames, changing the frame advantage from -4 to -2. Now causes wall bounce. So, Ultimate Fireball right now. Right, hold on, let me turn off counterattack settings. She's +4, right? At that point. So it's gonna be more on safe. It's gonna be safer on block. So it's still their turn, but it's not as bad. And then now in the corner, you used to not be able to get anything. So now it's gonna be a bounce, and Gran can now get something off of it if he hits it in a combo. Like, that's how bad that is. Doesn't even get a follow-up off of there. But if you do it raw, the nerf was if you do it raw, you no longer get you get a lot of scaling on the combo now. Like, even off of that, right? A sweep. It's not airborne enough. So you have to do like okay, there you go, right? You got like a crappy wall bounce if you like did it right. So at least that makes it a little bit better. Okay, so that's cool. Good for Gran. M Rising Sword. Vertical hitbox has been expanded upward. Okay. So another fun change. Just for usability's sake, his MDP can now be used more reliably as an anti-air. So it's going to be harder for you to like jump over it. Or characters that have like double jumps or super jumps, they won't be able to make it whiff as much anymore. Ow. So that becomes stronger. Okay. H Rising Sword. Block stun for the first swing has been increased to 33 frames. Now forces a true block string into the second swing. So you can no longer punish him during the gap. Okay. The first swing is now unrecoverable. Prevents punishing in cases where the second swing whiffs. The second swing is still recoverable. That's a huge buff, by the way. There was a lot of instances in playing Gran where, as Gran, number one, if they block this, right, counterattack on block, L, they just hit him out of it. Now they will no longer be able to hit him out of his DP until it's over. And then the second part of it is now in instances where the first hit hits and they're able to land. So let's go back to mid-screen. It's going to put this dude on jumping. It's hard to get this to hit right. I'm trying to hit it on like the back side of it so she can tech. Oops. How do I replicate this? I mean, there are instances where it happens, so it's hard for me to show it. But basically, yeah, you won't get punished by quick rising when his DP fucks up. That's basically that is. So this is like, they will not pop out and punish you, but after the EX, they can always recover after that. So it makes it so it's a guaranteed anti-air without issues. Or in a combo where they might pop out, you're not going to get punished, which happens, and it's frustrating. So they're making that not be an issue anymore. L Overdrive Surge. When connecting from a distance, follow-up attacks now come out faster, forcing a true block string. Interesting. So I'm going to put this to block. Huh. Oh wait, I'm not showing my screen, sorry. So people could usually like DP. She's getting hit, but if I put it as like a reversal, right? She'd be able to reversal through it. So you can use it like as like a light frame trap. Like if you've already committed, then I can do like the follow-up. And you saw like there, normally like, okay, I'll just uppercut and be okay. So that's cool. Okay. L Overdrive Surge, they added a new follow-up. They added the EX Boot, aka the H Overdrive Surge, so the boot can now follow up after L Overdrive Surge. So the light Rekka, you can get a boot to get mid-screen carry instead of just the normal boot. So if you want to get more distance while using up your EX, that is now available. Can cause wall bounce and has same cooldowns as H Overdrive Surge. So you still lose your Overdrive Surge cooldown, and you still get the wall bounce. So better corner carry for Gran, better corner combo power. You already saw Overdrive Surge in the boot. I can't do the H version, but you get the idea. M Overdrive Surge. First 4 frames have been adjusted as below. Damage increased from 1200 to 1500. Launches grounded foes. Oh, interesting. Now if I space the boot out, it now knocks the opponent down. If I hit him here in the sequence like this, right? Because normally you'd be pretty much like dead to right in a way, right? It's like, let's put close L. Like, this is me hitting light. I'm getting hit out of this. I hit my opponent, and I'm not at my advantage. That means they're now going to get knocked down. As Gran, you get a knockdown, and now you get Oki off of using medium boot. So you can use this if you want. Because normally it used to be the boot follow-up to L Overdrive Surge will be a knockdown. Now I cannot scale my combo if I don't want, and use that to get a knockdown and keep my advantage and no longer sacrifice my turn. Because it used to be M Overdrive Surge was pretty much useless in combos. That was the case. Now there's a use for it for better damage, corner carry, and stronger pressure afterwards. So that's a really good change. U Overdrive Surge. Ground bounce height has been increased for second hit, extending the window for follow-up attacks. Push back when blocked has been reduced. So now this is a move that, another nerfed move, which is fine. Good, in a way, but also buffed. So this attack, you can combo off of it more consistently. Because it normally used to be, you'd have to like hit somebody that's already airborne to get like the full effect out of that. So that's good, that's no longer the case. So you can, if you do this raw, or you no longer need, like, if I did, like, A into this, I wouldn't get, I get a light hit. Okay. So heavy. Oops. Heavy, Overdrive Surge. Better pickup potential. So it probably make it so I can do heavies after that without having to, because right now I'm forced to do mediums. Right? So now after this, you can do heavies in the combo. But again, if you do it raw, if you do it raw, it's going to be scaled. So this damage is going to be less. Because on block, this move was... It was punishable, right? -7. But now, instead of getting a far line attack, it's likely that Djeeta will be able to get a close light punish. So just throwing it out willy-nilly is going to be more punishable because they reduced the pushback. So it is -7. But it is now going to be closer, so a better punish on it. So you got to be careful just tossing shit out. Power Race. Newly added power raise gauge is now displayed below the SBA gauge. We saw that in the Versusia video. There is now an icon under Gran's skill gauge that shows you the level it's at. Level cap for charge levels has been reduced from 4 to 3, so there's only 3 levels of powering up now as opposed to 4. No charge. Knockback has been adjusted. Counter hit can now be followed up with a far standing L and other attacks. Okay. Normally on regular hit, you can't get anything. So on counter hit, it's going to not push back farther. It's going to pop them up and you'll get something. So you get a reward for a counter hit. Because right now I don't get shit, right? So that's cool. And then knockback on normal hit. I think they either, I don't know what adjusted means. They could be knocked further away or they knock closer to you. So you could resume pressure. Because currently right now if I do this, my reward is, it's hard for me like to do a dash L, right? It'll be easier to follow up afterwards, so that's what I'm saying. After they bounce back, it seems like they'll be at, I imagine it's going to lead them closer to you, but we'll see once the game actually comes out with the patch. Level 1. Now usable after charging for 20 frames. Knockback's been adjusted. Can be followed up with far standing M and other attacks on hit. Okay. So if I hit with this on medium, I'm guaranteed this follow up afterwards. So again, medium version, because you see like 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, green, blue is 4. So now it's just going to be, it should just be regular, green, and then blue. So level 1, you can get a medium afterwards. And then level 2, which is not going to be 50 frames, you can get a heavy afterwards, according to the notes. But level 2, wait, no, there is level 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should just be, yeah, they removed the middle one, it looks like. Because this is level 1, and you'll get a medium. Level 2, so it should, yeah, they removed the blank one. It should just be green. It'll be green, blue, purple. 1, 2, 3. Because there's level 4. Level 4 is a big wall bounce hit, right? So level 2, or that's level 2. Level 1, medium. Level 2 will be a heavy slash afterwards. And then it no longer causes wall bounce on hit. That's a wall bounce, right? So now that you can get heavy attacks, you don't get the bounce from this, which is, you see here. And then level 3 is invulnerable. If you get level 3, so if you go purple, you are now invulnerable from 15 frames when charged at level 3. Wow. And if you hit level 3, you get a crouching heavy afterwards. But gains invincibility from 15 frames when charged level 3. I don't know if that means the 15 frames the startup of it. I don't know if the startup of it means that it's going to be invincible. It's going to be like shooting a shotgun. But at the same time, you no longer get a wall bounce. You get a combo, but wall bounces are gone. So that's a big thing. They no longer wall bounce, but you get guaranteed damage if you hit them. And lastly, this has been an hour, by the way. Holy crap. Catastrophe. Move the projectile activation forward, expanding its reach. So that is his, you'll see here. Sorry, no, my bad, one. Like, if I'm at full screen, watch what happens. So let's read those notes again. Hold on. Move the projectile activation forward, expanding its reach. So I guess on startup, it has better reach. I'm not sure, 100% sure how to read that. But that is Gran. Quick menu. So that is Gran. In a nutshell. If we look at Gran, I would say he's a big winner. They made his ultimate, his unique action, actual, like, functionable to use. You know, you gave reward on it. So using it in combos has a reward. Counter hit, you get a follow up to it. So if you use it as a frame trap, that has its uses, right? You get better corner carry, mid-screen damage. His DP no longer gets him killed if it messes up, even though it hits, right? And then you made his ultimate skill have a better combo usage, and you gave, like I said, medium boot now has a knockdown on it, so you got a value off of using that in combos as opposed to just doing the light wreck. Medium wreck now, which is the one boot, knocks down, so you get a reward and no longer lose your turn for using that in a combo instead of using the light slash into the boot, right? So that's a big positive. You also get I mean, the dash L is a buff in a sense because you can cancel the medium, which you already could do. So that kind of stays the same in that sense. Rising Sword. Okay. I'm going to say he's a winner. I'm not going to say a big winner. I'm going to put him on the winner's side. Like that's good. That's good quality of life. And his tool set is better now. I think that's just a plus. Overall, good plus. I'm not going to say like holy shit, this changes the game. But it does. It makes it much better, right? His mid-screen tools are stronger. His whole kit is stronger. Better combo potential, and now you're going to see people who use Gran, you're going to use his unique skill. Like, his unique skill actually has value now, because there's less levels to charge, and hitting them gives you combos. So, there you go. Neat. Onward to Djeeta. While she has similar skills to Gran, Djeeta stands out by offering a more technical fighting style with high mobility and a variety of follow-up options in her arsenal. H4 Bull Blade was easy to chain into from various normal attacks, making it one of the most effective skills in the game with its corner carry and follow-up potential. We've adjusted it to no longer cause a wall bounce on the final hit. Yay! Yay! They made her Rekka no longer wall bounce for all the corner carry it has. Yay! Follow-ups will still be possible near the corner. So you have to be like in the corner for it to go. But it used to be, hey, I'm near the corner. After using it, I get a wall bounce and I get a combo. Oh, it's no longer wall bouncing. Yay! It was difficult to find opportunities to use the M version due to the risks of being dodged. So we've increased the reward from landing a counter hit to allow follow-ups even at mid-screen. Regenlave Recidive, which is her fireball, has been enhanced to better lock down foes to reduce recovery time and improve utility on counter, making it more viable in close-range combat. So they made her fireball better. For the ultimate Vorpal Blade, we've kept its powerful follow potential in the corner, but have reduced its pushback on block to balance the risk and reward. Frame advantage remains unchanged at -4, so it is still a negative on block, but since they are now closer to you, they get likely will get a we'll see. They will likely get a close heavy attack to be able to put their pressure on instead of like, oh, I'm at a far range. Best I can hope for is a far light or a far medium, hopefully. Like Gran, Zeta's Overdrive Surge has also been reworked for similar reasons. We've reduced the total number of charge levels and it now hits twice when fully charged. On block, Djeeta will maintain frame advantage. On hit, follow-ups can be possible, making it a powerful tool to use in mid-range combat. So she got nerfs and buffs. So her Overdrive Surge, because that's what they called her flippy kick, so just looking at it, right? Jumping you startup has reduced from 12 to 10 frames. So that was already like a strong cross-up button, right? But now you can be deeper and use it effectively without having to press it as early. So instances like that where it's not hitting, it'll actually come out and hit. So that makes it a little bit easier to use in that sense. Okay, good. L or M Regenlave. Recovery and total animation has been reduced by 3 frames, changing the frame advantage from -4 to -1. So her fireballs are more safe on block now. They give up her turn still, but they're no longer a reward someone to let them go for like a medium attack in those situations. Now launches opponents on hits. Lateral knockback has been reduced, so they stay closer to you when you knock them back. Pushback when block has been reduced, so they are closer to you, which reduces the advantage of it being less disadvantageous. Because yeah, if I hit a fireball at this range, right, I'm -2. Big whoop. I'm always -2. Like the heavier version, at least knocked down. Or no, kept him standing, right. So now that knocks down. Because on block, this was right. -4, right? -7. Hold on, am I reading that? Did I read that right? Oh, that shot, right? Hold on. I think I'm being a dumb right now. Right, that's the hold version. My bad, my bad. That did not change the regular fireball. I apologize. So they made this version on hit. This is, oops, sorry. You make them block it. So that was -4. For holding this to charge, you lost your turn. But now if I like manage to fully charge one, it's -1, but you see how far she gets pushed back? Oh, you don't see that because I'm not showing it to you. So it'll be shorter distance you see there, and no, it'll be -1. Still there, still the opponent's turn afterwards, but now it's going to knock back on hit. Because right now, if you land that, they stay standing. On counter, it has a wall bounce. Okay. H version now launches foes on hit, causes wall bounce on hit. Oh, sorry, wall bounce on normal hit if you charge it. Lateral knockback is reduced, so it doesn't go push him as far, and push block has been reduced. So again, that is the heavy version, which on normal hit. Left him standing. So that may make it so you can't get a combo off of it. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, they might just pop up after they get hit by the charge one, and you get the juggle anyway. But now you get a wall bounce. Interesting. Okay. Rising Sword. Welcome back. Block stun for the first swing has been increased. So like Gran that we saw earlier. Yeah. Block swing has been increased. Now forced to... I've been just playing some fighting games, so probably not much. Now forces a true block string to the second swing. So like we saw earlier, they can't we'll show it. They can't interrupt Djeeta between her EXDPs. They got to block the whole string of it at the end of it. And then if it hits funky, they don't pop out anymore and can't punish you if it hits kind of funky and weird. Yeah, first swing is now unrecoverable, preventing punishes in certain cases. Second hit whiffs. So once more to demonstrate. They can no longer interrupt that, essentially. So, cool. M. Vorpal Blade. Damage has been increased. Second slash now also gains counter properties on counter hit. Lateral knockback has been reduced, while launch height has been increased on counter hit for second slash. And that's what they mentioned earlier. If you hit... that. If I counter hit here, right? I don't get anything from that, right? There was a gap there, right? They can challenge it or whatever. So that makes it so that she gets a combo off the second hit. And of course that has just better damage overall. And Vorpal Blade follow-up. Or I don't know if they mean the second slash, which is the second one that comes out automatically or not. And you get more damage on the follow-up to it. Okay. So overall, damage of that had just been increased. That's 550 on its own, right? Or 440. It's 440, 440, 550. So now it is... Well, that was with scaling, right? Oh, there's one follow-up, right, okay. So it's now 500 if it hits.
You're gonna love this next move.
And damage has been increased. So H Vorpal Blade, damage has been increased from 500 to 800, but no longer wall bounces. And this is great. This is what I'm talking about. Like, look at this, right? Like, that's right. Like, that's the crazy part, right? You get a combo off of that pretty consistently. And that's always made this character really scary. So you no longer can get that. You have to be closer to the corner to get the combo. That's just mwah. That's the kind of nerf that I've been hoping for. That's a good. They got an actual nerf on her in that sense. You Vorpal Blade, when blocked near the corner, no longer causes pushback on Djeeta's side. Not sure how often people went for ultimate Vorpal Blade in this sense, right? Let me turn off counterattack. It's -4, but it leaves her closer, right? So it makes it so Djeeta doesn't push herself away as much anymore. Because there is kind of like not that far, but in the corner you see how far Djeeta gets pushed back, despite it being -4. So she's closer, which is going to make it so people can use a close attack to try to put pressure afterwards if they block it successfully. Overdrive Surge, her unique ability, newly added a gauge. So like Gran, she has a gauge under her Super Skybound Art gauge. Level cap has been reduced, so no longer 3. It's no longer 4. It's 3 of them. At all levels, travel distance has been reduced, so it goes further. It would make it easier to connect upon landing. Huh. But the blockable range has been expanded, so it has longer range, but doesn't go as far. If a foe attempts to retreat within this range, upon landing, it will trigger a block. Okay, I see. So proximity block is now higher, right? Anti-air now causes a ground bounce. Ground bounce height increased based on charge level. So this attack, right? That's -2 on block. Give it my turn. This goes this far. It's not going to go as far, but you see here, right? Outside of block range, if he doesn't actually block it, he doesn't go into his block animation unless it actually connects with him. I have him set on block. Well, it'll activate proximity block, essentially, what I'm saying. I can't display proximity block on here without actually just holding back on there. But you see that right there, right? If it doesn't reach, it's gonna go less far. But then when it comes down, they'll be forced to do that. What about anti-air? Hold on. Turn off blocking. On normal hit, on anti-air, it always kind of ground bounce look like. Hold on. Okay, but you couldn't. So now actual has a ground bounce. So if you anti-air with it, you'll get a combo. Got it. Yeah, because that just knocks down. That just makes it so you can tech. So now it's actually going to have a... Okay, ground bounce. So if you up, back, or however get caught by it, you're going to get... There you go. Level 1. So again, like the charging. Level 1, 2, 3, 4. Level 1 now hits twice, so it does 2 hits of damage, which adds to the scaling of it. Because right now, level 1, let's see. Does 1500 damage by itself. It'll still do 1500 damage. Well, level 1. That's no charge, it's some charge. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Well, I guess no, they took out level 1, so this is now level 1. 1800 damage. Or maybe this is level 1. So 1500 now, it's 2 hits. Still does 1500 damage, but now there's additional scaling on top of it. Especially because on hit, it is now plus 7. Where normally, plus 3. I mean, even level 2 is only plus 5. So now, level 1 is free combo. You get a combo on hit. After if they get hit by it, but again, it's reduced damage because it's 2 hits if the flip hits and there's more scaling on it. Level 2 now hits twice, so it does more damage. It does 2100. Or no, it does the same. Okay, so hold on. The old level 2. So this is basically like how we saw earlier, right? So the blue one is now what it's supposed to be. Two, 3, 4. So this is now level 2. Blue is level 2. Still does 2100 damage. But frame advantage on hit is plus 9. And then level 3, which is the longest, causes a crouch state on grounded hits. So it no longer bounces off the ground, it will make the opponent force crouch. And it's plus 11 on hit. 2 hits, so you get the scaling on it, and then you're plus 11, so you're guaranteed a heavy attack afterwards. So if they get hit by it, you're getting a full heavy attack combo for charging that up. And that is a big buff to her unique skill. Eternal Ascendancy. Okay, hold on. Projectile invincibility from third active frame has been removed. From the third active frame has been removed, so she can no longer blow through projectiles. To use this as like a finisher, right? Because if I have, let me see the opponent, I want you to do a fireball. Huh. Projectile invincibility from the third active frame has been removed. So she can no longer blow through projectiles. Like so. So yeah, that is no longer Bionic Arm. But Strike, Throw invulnerability has been, it stays the same. So she can still, she can't blow through projectiles, but she can blow through attacks. And Skyfall, close proximity range has been reduced to be in line with other characters. The vertical hitbox of the first hit has been expanded. So, her ult skill now doesn't activate from as far anymore. Was that reduced? Yeah. So it's harder for her. It's not going to be as easy to hit the full animation. Excuse me. And that is Djeeta. So Djeeta, we saw a lot of changes. The biggest nerf is that her H Vorpal Blade no longer wall bounces, so it gets corner carry, great, but you're not guaranteed your easy bait combo anymore, which is fantastic. But you made M Vorpal Blade better and does more damage. You gave the H Rising Sword buff, the charged Fireball, if you manage to hit it, is better, and then you updated her Overdrive Surge. So, in my opinion, despite the one big nerf, I honestly think Djeeta is better. I think she's a winner. I think her tools increasing is a boon to her, but I'm not 100%. She might... It's not the same. Like, she basically got, like, a heavy rework in terms of her unique skill, and then you buffed the other aspects of her a good way. And I don't know how to say, like, she's either a winner or the same. Because, like, so much of that was predicated on her H Vorpal Blade hitting the wall bounce, giving you a free combo from, like, a little past mid-screen was amazing. Now you can get a follow-up if you're purely in the corner, which it still has great corner carry. So, honestly, I can't say she's the same, right? She'll still get a combo if she's closer to the corner. It's not going to be as free as that is. Her ultimate skills are still really good, and her utility got better, right? So I'm going to say she's a winner. I think she is a winner. And that will take us to our next character, which is going to be the one and only Katalina. Summary of changes. Katalina commands a straightforward orthodox set of skills similar to Gran's, taking advantage of her long-reaching normals to excel in mid-range combat. Due to her easy-to-understand tools, the improvements made to them should be quite obvious. We'll see. First, the speed of her M Frozen Blade has been increased, enabling her to more effectively apply... I'm going to do from here on out, I'm going to talk about all the changes, and then I'll demonstrate each one afterwards, instead of going back and forth. Depends on how long the list is. First, the speed of her M Frozen Blade is increased, enabling her to more effectively apply pressure in conjunction with the L version. We've also increased the duration of armored frames for the ultimate enchanted lands, making it easier to deal with incoming projectiles and other zoning tools. These adjustments should vastly improve her capabilities in mid and long range combat, which is what she's supposed to excel at. Another major change is that Light Wall now gains 1 charge level upon defending an attack. Like the U version, this allows Katalina to reap even bigger rewards when making reads on her foes. The non-charge version has also been enhanced to make it a more effective tool for combos all around. Alright, so jumping U, startup has... What we're going to do... I'm going to keep doing the same thing. So jumping U, startup has been reduced from 13 to 10 frames. For cross-up. Going to be easier to use, and you can use it later without having to telegraph it as much. So doing it late, you're going to be better off. So you can do it deeper, more consistent. That's good. Her dash M. Guard motion range for the foe has been increased, making it more difficult for a foe to counterattack. So her dash M is her low. Hey! Dozing Princess with the raid! Thank you so much! My raid icon is too far to the left, and it says Enix. Enix for the raid. Hey everybody, we're going through the patch notes for Granblue. Hope you had a good stream. And everything's going well. It's good to see you. So it's going to put them... If you... Well... I guess it says it's going to put them in more proximity guard. If you whiff it like in front of them, so it's going to be harder for them to punish. Because it doesn't have a lot of range. And then I can't really test proximity guard, sadly. It's been going great. Thank you. Get that laundry done. Flip it, turn it, beat it, and reverse it. I don't know how the song goes. It's short, super, yep. I know that part because it's the same thing but backwards. Elf Frozen Blade. Hit stop has been increased from 6 to 8 frames, increasing frame advantage from -9 to -7 when blocked. Okay, so pretty easy to understand. Hell yeah. This fireball is not good. There's no pushback on it. And you're asking for a punish, even using like a string. Right? I'm literally getting punished for doing a heavy into a fireball. And that's even on the medium version. So now, Vera has the best light attack in the game. So it's still gonna, like, she's still gonna be able to punish it. But at the very least, like, it's gonna be, I think mediums won't punish it as liberally unless it's a close medium. So it'll be easier for her to set up at a range. Because, like, normally I think at this point, she'd be able to get hit by a medium attack. But now that it's gonna be, -7, that's much better. Good. Good. Okay, cool. That's the L version. M version, hit stop has been increased. So it's now going to be -7 like the light one. But it's actually going to be faster. And pushback has been increased. So that's the slow speed. That's the medium speed. It's going to be faster than this, which is already decent speed. So you have a slow fireball, and this one's going to have the zoomies. And there's going to be more pushback. So that's going to be nice. So it's actually going to push back, because this like doesn't push back much at all. Cool. That's good. Good buffs. Good changes to her. Doesn't seem to be a lot of buffs, but we'll see. A lot of changes. You Enchanted Lance. Yeah, she got kind of a short list compared to everybody else so far. Lateral knockback and launch height for second has been increased. No longer causes pushback to Katalina when blocked. No longer causes pushback to Katalina when blocked. Armored frames have been increased from 7 to 9 to 7 to 17. Wow! They almost doubled her armored frames. The armored hurt box has been expanded forward. On block, it's -6. But, okay, we're going to show. So this is a birth. So this is the combo nerf buff, a birth. So lateral knockback and launch height for second hit have been increased. So it launches higher and it launches farther. Because right now it does this. And I don't know, you can count him in the corner, right? Yeah, you get to wall bounce, that's fine. So that's been increased, they get pushed farther into the corner. Armored frames, which are part of the charge, were only 7 to 9. So the first hit is on frame 9. So it used to be just 2 frames of armor. You see the first active frame is on frame 9. So normally the armor ended right as it first became active. But now it's going to be more than double that, because the second hit hits at up close on frame 28. So now you have a total of 8 frames where it's armored, and it'd be harder to challenge. Because having 2 frames of armor doesn't do anything for anybody, right? And you can always stuff the startup of it. And the armored hurt box has been expanded forward, so the armor is actually increased outright. So it's being more forward, it's going to be easier to hit it, as opposed to your attack whiffing and the armor running out. Okay. That's actually a buff. Except because it no longer pushes back Katalina when blocked, she is now basically an easy punish if you block it. So there is a risk to it. Outside of yeah, so it has a small nerf to it, but overall it's a buff. Light Wall, charge level now increases by 1 upon defending an attack. Startup has been reduced from 22 frames to 21 frames. So lose the frame of startup. Wall Light with no charge. Lateral knockback and launch had been increased. Mid-air hitstun has been increased from 24 to 27. Light Wall front step. Travel speed and distance have been increased. Light Wall back step. Travel speed and distance have been increased. Okay. Again, overall buff. So she gets a better backdash out of it. It's faster, and she goes a bigger distance. Her forward dash, which is the same as... what's similar to that, it's unique. It's going to go further and faster. But level 1 just does a light knockback, right? Now level 1 with no charge is going to increase, so you get you get more time to follow up afterwards. Because normally... that's level 1. Which is plus 24. That's level 2. Okay. So now, no matter what, it goes up a level. So if you do a light tap, you'll get the positive 29 if it blocks something. But if you charge a little bit, because there's 3 levels. If you charge a little bit and they attack it, you get the guaranteed crumple. And then, oh, the no charge, so yeah, mid-air hit stun. Okay, so that's just making it so that you can guarantee to get more pressure afterwards, right? But yeah, so as long as you get level 1 charge and they attack it and it hits, you're guaranteed the crumple, which is huge. Very, very huge. That's super good for her. They were saying like she would get like an increase in like her fireball. So if like you did that, so she always got she can use that more liberally, but you have to remember, in the same vein, it's still negative 11, and a negative 2 if you dash cancel it. But even though it's increased the speed, it's, well, that's negative 1. If I do it instantly, it's negative 1. So I lose my turn. Negative 5 if I do a delayed, negative 3 on level 1. On no charge, negative 5. Negative 8. Negative 4. So pretty safe if they make it block. But if they spot dodge it, then I think you might still be in a world of hurt. But yeah, okay. I'm going to put her in the winter camp overall. Like, Light Wall has better utility, so there's more reward for its risk. And actually, you know, hitting into it does what it's supposed to do. Makes it better. Good. Her distance reversal, so her anti-poke ultimate has value on it now. if you want to use it to try to burst somebody who's kind of just flailing mid-screen. And then her fireball is just better. So better fireball character. So better, a little bit better mid-screen. Nothing crazy, but it's still a winner at the end of the day. Oh, dash H. Guard motion range. Oh, dash H. My bad. I thought it was dash M. Dash H is the one that they'll be guarding earlier. So it's more difficult for folk to counterattack. That's good. But so better fireball game. Nothing crazy. I mean, if you look at like Djeeta was a lot of changes. Gran was a lot of changes. Katalina strictly got better fireballs, more utility on enchanted lands, and then light walls actually has value if you use it correctly. So, as a whole, I would say that she, I think she's a winner. It's nothing like to write home about. But I definitely say she's, it's small things, right? In the end of the day, is that enough to make her a viable character when you can see in tournament more often? It's hard to say. Because again, like, it makes her fireball pressure better, and that's like one aspect of her game. The rest of it, like, she doesn't really get a good wall bounce on certain situations. She needs to be much more closer to the corner. And I don't know. I think it's like, it's not as big a win as Gran and Djeeta. Or I think it's not as big a win as Gran. I think Djeeta and Katalina kind of end in the same place of like what their buffs did for them. Like Djeeta becomes less one-dimensional, and Katalina just has a more fleshed out kit, I think. Honestly, it might be the same for Katalina. It's hard to say. Yeah, I think it's nothing to write home about. I think she kind of falls in the same bucket. I think if I'm being objective, it's buffs. It is buffs. But it's nothing that I'm like, holy shit, she's much better. I think it's like, oh, okay, that's good. Is Djeeta more of the same? Would I say Djeeta is the same? I mean, Overdrive Surge is better, but it's still something you have to charge and all that. I think Djeeta is, I would say she's the same. Like I said, it's better. It's, again, when I put same, it's like, they're good changes, but like, the reason you picked Djeeta was I have an EX skill that goes to the corner and bounces off the wall. I get a combo like that easily, and then it's my turn because by the time the combo is over, I have it again. That's all you really did with the character, right? So, yeah. I'd venture to say she's kind of the same, in my opinion. Alright, Charlotta. Charlotta is a powerful offensive character, with the H versions of her skills overshadowing the other versions, which is very true. We've improved the utility of the light and M versions to be used in various situations. Crouching H now causes a ground bounce when used as an anti-air, making it easier to follow up with additional attacks with follow-ups such as H Noble Strategy into Surest Strike now possible. Oh! Yeah, I don't know when you ever saw a Charlotta go for Crouch H. Because her attacks were always kind of stubby, so like you weren't, and her heavy had so much startup on it, I don't think you had a lot of like opportunity to make it. So now her Crouch Heavy actually is going to be usable. It's going to have a ground bounce. That's kind of wild. With follow-ups, you can do H Noble Strategy with her flip because of it and ensure strike. So she now gets anti-air combos off of normal Crouching Heavy. Or H Noble Strategy into a sure strike on counter hit. Shining Onslaught and Sword of Lumiel Shining Onslaught being her spin and the Sword of Lumiere being the slashes, previously obviously failed to continuously hit or could be blocked midway through, so their travel distance and knockback have been adjusted to remedy this. Overall, her tools have been adjusted to give her more offensive options mid-screen while pushing her foes to the corner, which is pretty much everybody in the game now. Well, Gran can do it better, she can always do it okay, and I can do it better. Ultimate Shining Onslaught could previously only be followed up when using the corner. You could do it twice. I wouldn't say that. I think that might be an overstep. And so there was a risk of performing it just outside of range for a follow-up. Which is true as well. A lot of times you hit somebody with it and it'll hit an active frame, but the second hit will launch him up and you do the second ultimate and it won't actually hit. So it kind of sucks. Its knockback has been reduced, keeping Charlotta close, no change to frame advantage. Okay, so it's easier to follow up, which is fine. There's too many instances where it whiffs and it's hard to justify the distance on it, so that's good that she can use that now. But again, if you just do it raw, there's now damage scaling after it hits, so she gets less reward off of just throwing it in a combo. So again, her benefit is that she can combo it better off of it. But the downside is just throwing it raw, which a lot of Charlottas did, is not going to have as much damage anymore, which is great. Behavior of the L and M version of Noble Strategy have been modified so that the M version now jumps to the same height as the L version, making it more viable use from mid-range. Additionally, the follow-up skill with Surest Strike has been tweaked to improve frame advantage, making it more effective in close combat. Far Standing H now comes to a full stop when used while dashing. Did it slide? I guess it did. It slided like a little bit. She always moved forward. I haven't got there yet, so I don't know. I'll find out soon. I am going through each one change on stream deliberately, so it's going to take me forever to get through everybody. But I am assuming what she's got is kind of crazy. Crouching H, anti-air, knockback adjusted, and now causes a ground bounce, which we saw in the notes. Because previously, on this episode of Granblue Fantasy Versus, that's all it did. Like you can get like a holy ladder off of it. But now it has like jungle potential. That's kind of neat. So on counter hit, or at least like you can get like the follow-up to that, which is with Surest Strike. The auto activates upon landing. I see. Because it has a ground bounce, you can guarantee to get the slidey hit afterwards. So that's kind of cool. Crouching H charged. Now causes ground bounce on grounded counter hit. What did it do before? Let's see. That. Okay. Not a lot. Medium attack. Okay. That's interesting. So if you get the full charged crouch hit, bouncing. Jump U, mid-air, unrecoverable duration on second hit has been increased. Second hit? What do you mean second hit? Oh, that's second hit. Okay. So there's more, okay, easier to follow up with. Got it. But they did nerf jumping attacks, so using this as like an air-to-air is going to be, you can get combos off of it, looks like, a little more consistently, or second hit. 35 frames, so there's a lot better chance of hitting your opponent like that, right? But again, it does a lot less damage now. Holy Ladder Descent now causes knockback on grounded hit, giving Charlotta a larger advantage. Oh wait, jumping you, lateral knockback on the first and second has increased while launch height has been reduced. So they don't go up as high, making it easier to follow up, but they get pushed out farther back. Got it. Descent now causes knockback on grounded hit. Okay, so if this part hits, it knocks down. So if someone accidentally gets hit by that, you get your advantage afterwards, because normally you're -6 if that hits. So you no longer get punished if that just bonks them. Got it. And that's on all versions. Which normally it's -4 on hit, so it's knockback. That's a buff. That's good. L Shining Onslaught, more pushback on block. Rebound distance has been reduced. Ah, okay. So it's not enough to get punished by, which is obvious. It's -2, but it's -2 and she's closer, so it's the opponent's gonna have a better opportunity to take their turn on it. Oh no, rebound distance has been reduced, but bigger pushback. Ah, okay, sorry. That means the opponent gets pushed back further, but because Charlotta doesn't go back as far, it's about the same amount of range. Charlotta lands closer, so it's on pressure, it pushes the opponent in the corner better, with giving Charlotta that perfect space after it, so your reward for it being blocked is better. You're still safe, right, obviously, but it means that your opponent's more in the corner. And you're at the same distance away from them. Okay. M Shining Onslaught. Okay, let's see. M Shining Onslaught, acceleration and deceleration have both been increased, making it easier to chain into from a far normal attack. Although the travel distance remains nearly the same, the startup at close range has been reduced. Pushback has been increased, and the rebound distance has been reduced. So, better startup? So better to use in strings if you don't want to use your cooldown. Okay. Interesting. That's always -10. But that means that they get pushed further back. So say again, they get pushed very back, but she lands in the same distance, so it's the same range. And then acceleration and deceleration have been increased. So she like breaks on a dime. Interesting. I gotta see it, because it seems like her deceleration is when it stops. So it seems like she stops a little. She doesn't skirt as much when she's stopping. Because like normally, if you're blocking, right? That's not a true combo. So this will become a true combo. Essentially, hitting a medium into it at max range, you'll get more damage off of that. Maybe even off of a light attack. Okay. So make that more consistent on hit, so you can use that more. And it still gives you the knockback, right? Which is nice. Because the light one doesn't knock down, but the medium one does. So that's better. Okay, cool. And because the push rebound distance has been reduced, on normal hit you have better chance of staying close to the opponent and getting your advantage afterwards. So That's a lot better. You're not Charlotta players aren't forced to just use the H version to guarantee combos and to keep pressure. U version of Shining Onslaught, which is this. You see, like, second hit. If they were close to the corner, I'd be able to get the second hit, but unfortunately, mid-screen, you don't get that now. Okay. So now, pushback per second hit has been increased, rebound distance has been reduced, even with further reduction near the corner. So landing that mid-screen, instead of sending them far away, it's going to pop them up like a Pop-Tart, and you're guaranteed to get like the double off of that without having to worry about it. Cool. So, Sword of Lumiel. Travel speed and distance have been increased. And that's on all versions of it. So it looks like she goes further when she does it, and she goes faster and further when she does it. Pushback has been reduced for all hits except for the final one, which has been increased, ensuring the final hit connects more easily when blocked or struck from a distance. So if I tell her to block after initial hit, you see that, right? It's hard to replicate this. But yeah, you see that that's the biggest thing, right? So like, oh, they got pushed out of it. I'm not gonna get the hit. It's so hard to do this like correctly. Yeah, situations like that, right? Oh, it pushed them out. Like they can just block and they'll get a punish. So that's nice. More consistent. L Sword of Lumiel. The third hit now causes the juggle state on grounded foes. If you hit this, it launches them in the air? 1, 2, 3? Are you kidding me? Okay, sure. Why not? The U version, which you never see. Travel speed and distance have been increased. Recovery on hit is reduced by 5 frames, increasing frame advantage. So this move is normally +4. So now it is even more than +4. Hit stop has been increased for first 4 hits on block, preventing the foe from performing a brave counter until after the 5th hit. So you're guaranteed the chip from that until the last hit on that. So this is a guaranteed I want to chip them move, and they have to wait till the last hit to push them back. That's a lot of chip too. Oh my goodness. Alright, sure. This launching is actually kind of crazy. You can get a small follow-up after that. Alright, sure. And this already goes a little far, but it's going to go further and faster. And like the first active frame is on frame 11, so it's 11 frame startup. So 11 frame startup move that's just gonna be like, I want to throw this out. She doesn't get a combo off it, thankfully. Light char slashes launching. I was not expecting that. Okay. Light normal strategy. Startup and active frames have been reduced, causing Vashura's strike to activate sooner. That's a 6 frame. That's her slide after she initiates it, right? So if you don't do startup and active frames have been reduced. So it starts out faster, so you can do all her options earlier. M Noble Strategy behavior on has been modified and travel distance has been increased to go farther than the L version, causing the activation of Surest Strike to come earlier, so it's a 4-frame difference. Behavior on hit has been modified and travel distance has been increased to go farther than the L version. And then H1 no longer jumps over grounded foes. You stay on the same side as them. If you do this move, okay, so here we'll talk, and we'll go through all noble strategies. U noble strategy. Active frames for the first have been reduced. There's one less active frame, causing the second and third hit to come slightly earlier. Hitbox for the second hit has been expanded downward, allowing... Is that right? Noble strategy is her hop. Active frames for the first hit have been reduced from 3 to 1, causing the second and third to come out slightly earlier. Hitbox for the second has been expanded downward, allowing far-standing M to change into U Noble Strategy. Oh. Fixed an issue where the vertical launch would be too low on counter hit. Knockback on counter hit is now staying to standard hit. Okay. So, overall buffs to Noble Strategy as well. Interesting. Let's talk about them. So, oh, because that's guaranteed hits, right? So 1, 2, 3. All right, so light noble strategy. There's a command grab. Oops. So this comes out faster. The M1 goes farther than the L version. It'll still hop over, but like you see how... So she'll leap further out. So if you want to jump over, it's basically a better tool to better anti-fireball tool. This is going to be useful for her to leap over fireballs and more consistently get the slide afterwards. But if you also get the slide, the behavior on his has been modified. So if it hits, you might get a juggle afterwards. H no longer flips over, so you stay on the same side as them. Which is great. That means you can guarantee the mix-up. Like if I do any of the follow-ups to this at point-blank range, they all go over my opponent's head. They will no longer go. This is now a valid anti-throw tool. If my opponent is going to go for a grab, I can use this. They will whip their throw, and she is guaranteed a punish. This makes her tool set where most Charlotta players, if they were expecting you to go for a throw, they'd run up and jump, which is fine. But now they can run up and do this. Just hop over and get a command grab or the strike or any one of those. And get guaranteed for it to hit. And that's scary. That's actually very scary. A lot of characters, and a key part of a lot of characters' games is how can they stop characters from going for throw. Charlotta was this. It no longer is this. That's crazy. And then Noble strategy. Less active frames means the rest of this comes out quicker once you connect it. But then that means the hitbox has been expanded. So if I do far standing M into Noble strategy, it wouldn't connect. But now because it's lower, you can hit that. And you get a juggle. So counter poking going into that actually has a lot of use now. It's crazy good. Great. Like that is actually extremely good. So she shimmies. You get a guaranteed hit into a guaranteed combo. That's such a huge buff. That's such a good buff to Charlotta. They gave her a better way of blowing up throws. They gave her a better utility for counter poking and getting a reward for it into a full combo from that range. And then H Noble strategy not hopping over it because it's so strong. And then you see they talked about it, right? Counter hit, crouching heavy, bounces, so you're guaranteed ground bounces. So you're guaranteed a noble strategy. If on counter hit, you can do the medium one, get the hit, and I think you get a juggle off of it on counter hit. So it gives her anti-air utility a lot better. On anti-air, her damage wasn't as amazing as other characters, but now she gets better combo damage on anti-airs as well. Surest Strike, which is the slidey. Active frames have been reduced from 13 to 10. So less active frames, but less recovery, or better recovery. Recovery has been reduced by 2 frames. Combined with the above change, frame advantage is now from -4 to +1. This is now plus on block. If you block this, it's so much startup. That's 51 frame startup on that, right? 49 frame startup. It is now plus. With sweetest skills. Which one is that one? The command grab. Throw range against foes and hitstun has been expanded, making it easier to chain mid-air. So if you combo into this, throw range against foes and hitstun has been expanded. Okay, so So you can basically get that better, huh? So like counter hit buttons. Interesting. Yeah, that would actually work at more ranges. If you hit like counter hit. Like right now, I don't get anything from that. Okay. So better range on that depending on how it would work. Got it. And that'd be able you can snipe more people trying to jump away, which is kind of funny. And then her last change is Conic Shield, which is her SBA. Her unique attack. The parry. Counter-attack range against strikes has been increased. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Block all, crouch. I'll have her do a medium attack. Hold on. Normally you did this at certain ranges. All you got was that. Like if I wanted to get something, I had to be like that much closer. So it's gonna make it so doing stuff at like this range, or sorry, at a further range out like this, will get a better chance of getting the actual animation. Total frames on blocking projectile have been reduced by 8 frames. This adjustment gives full invincibility up to the 23rd frame and projectile invincibility from the 24th frame. So better to block projectiles with this. It recovers faster, essentially, when you block a projectile. Better damage, and frame advantage on his been adjusted to make Okazemi easier. So overall, just... overall, a lot stronger, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, 1600 damage is nothing to scoff at, but 2000 is honestly pretty good. Much better. Okay. I'm sorry. Charlotta, she wins. She's a big winner. I'm looking at Charlotta buffs. There is no way that this character is not a big winner. Zerom was already amazing. Sure, you took away the power of Ultimate Shining Onslaught. The Shining Spin, Ultimate Spin, is weaker now in terms of like damage if you just throw it out there. But her rest of her toolkit is absolutely so stronger now. You get better anti-air confirms even on normal hit, right? Jumping you get better combos off it even though the combos are down. If someone accidentally gets hit by Holy Ladder, if they're standing, you are no longer going to be at a punish state, or at least like you're not as negative, and that's great. L Shining Onslaught, more pushback. So she pushes back closer to the corner. Her M version can combo easier and gives her a better advantage and more corner pushback without having to spend the H1. The U1, you get better combos from mid-screen if you combo into it. If you do it raw, you'll still get a better chance of comboing. But again, there is reduced, so that is a nerf to her in that your damage after hitting it is now going to be lower. You are guaranteed to get less damage because there's going to be active scaling. It makes it a third hit, so afterwards anything is a fourth hit. And is treated as such in that. Sword of Lumiel is actually going to be more usable for the other versions because it's going to be just, you know, if you have other stuff on cooldown, that's going to be more comboable. And then the light one now puts him in a juggle state. So if you get a hit, you no longer have to just do Shining Onslaught. You can do the light one of Sword of Lumiel, the slashes, into a small combo. Noble Strategy is better. It is plus on block if you do the Surest Strike, which is the slide. Better startup. Medium one goes further out, so it's better for calling out projectiles. H Noble Strategy is now an anti-throw tool, and that's super scary. And the U1 is better as well because of that, how you can now combo into it from counter pokes. So better counter pokes, better skill management without having to use all of her only EXs. So better skill management, better combo routes, more combo routes. Her ultimate skill Noble Strategy is much better and going to be great for counter pokes. And then you also have just like her unique skill being better. Like everything is just like mwah. Only a system nerf is that ultimate skill not giving as much damage as it did before. Everything else sounds amazing. I mean, amazing. She is 100% a winner in my book. There is no way I can say that she's not a winner right now. Like, that is to a T. Like, congratulations. Charlotta won. Zerom won the war. That's nuts to me. All right, next up, Lancelot, one of the four kings. Lancelot leverages the ability of attacks and skills to overwhelm foes with underletting pressure. High speed is directly linked to strength in this game, which is true. You look at Six and Lancelot, very fast, very strong. Beatrix, very fast, very strong. Allowing Lancelot to continuously attack foes for extended periods of time. To maintain this aspect of his design and most of his combo routes, we focused on reducing the power of some of his moves and lowering his HP to counterbalance his high mobility. He got the chip treatment! We've reduced the power of some of his moves so his dooms do less damage and he has less HP. He got the ninja treatment. He's now like Chip and Akuma. Delta Leap has powerful applications both defensively and offensively in the corner. to reduce its defensive utility. The duration of his wall cling has been increased. Oh! He has to stick on the wall longer before he can jump off, because most of the time he just jumped on the fucking wall and jumped off immediately, always escaping the corner and making a mix-up. So now he has to cling to the wall for a little bit longer, so you can A, react to it better, and B, anti-air him better, and C, get him off that damn wall. Oh my god, that's great. Ultimate Blade Impulse had frame advantage in one block, allowing Lancelot to continue with follow-ups, which led to an imbalance in risk and reward. As such, its knockback and frame advantage when block have been adjusted to make it more easily punishable. Yay! Ultimate Gorilla Blade nerfed. Standing L and near standing H, along with Southern Cross, could be incorporated multiple times within his combos. This allowed him to continuously deal significant damage while simultaneously filling the SBA gauge. Combined with the high mobility, it resulted in excessive advantage in his favor. And the combo, you were always getting like L, the H slash, the Rekkas into hit, into more Rekkas and all that, and it was kind of nutty, right? His combos gave a lot of meter. To address this, the recovery of his standing light has been slightly increased to reduce the length of some combos. Interesting. So there's more recovery on standing light. Okay. In reduced combo damage, his other skills have been adjusted for improved utility to enhance his offensive options in neutral. Travel distance and travel speed and distance have been increased for M Southern Cross with M Rekka, making it easier to chain into from a far standing H attack and maintain frame advantage at close range, increasing his options for close range pressure. Typically, if you hit far H, you would go for the Impulse Blade, the H1 to go to the corner or whatever, right? Or the light one. You never kind of used you never used M Rekka. So now you can use M Rekka for those situations, which is like they gave him a little bone. His ease of use rating has been changed from 3 stars to 4 stars due to disparity when compared to other characters such as Vayne, who is not easy to use. So we got 1,000 less health. Yay. Standing L. Recovery has been increased by 2 frames, changing the frame advantage from +4 to +2. Oh, that's good. So on block, less plus. The hitbox has been expanded forward, can now be chained into after 2 crouching L attacks. So he can do crouch L, far L. So they gave him more utility in that way. So they gave him a small buff. Close standing H, SBA gauge gain has been reduced. So if you hit that, you get less meter gain, which is good. Pushback has been reduced for the first hit and increased for the second hit. And then the hitbox for the second hit has been expanded forward. Dash H. Better traveled speed and distance. So they've made a buff to Dash H. M. Worgenstrom. Recovery has been his Fireball. Medium 1. Recovery has been reduced by 5 frames, chaining the frame advantage from +4 to +9, and reducing the overall duration from 50 to 45. So it's a slow charge Fireball, but now if they block it at point blank, you have more advantage. U-Blade Impulse, more recovery by 2 frames. Push Black in the follow-up has been adjusted to be closer upon landing. M Southern Cross, travel speed and distance have been increased. Southern Cross follow-up, SBA gain has been reduced to match other multi-hit skills, so you no longer get as much meter, which is fantastic. Turbulence, oh my god, so many nerfs. Follow-up attacks no longer come out while holding up. Follow-up attacks can now be input buffered. So you can hold up to guarantee that you don't accidentally do the follow-up attack, which is different because it used to be you had to hold a button. But now you can buffer the follow-up attack, so that's kind of a buff there. Startup has been reduced. So they made this the turbulence trick where he comes dashing down from the sky faster, so it's easier to use as like a tricky thing. The H1, if you use that, again, turbulence is not invincible anymore. The H1 isn't, so you can no longer use that as like an escape, but you can use that to like jump on people, and it's basically his anti-fireball, like stop that. So if you use the H1 and someone's like throwing fireballs at you, which they shouldn't be doing that against Lancelot, you get a higher ground bounce, so you get a better follow-up afterwards. So it's easier to use it to mix up on your opponent for approaches, but that's not a huge, like, that's not really a big buff. That's just making it more utility. Alternate turbulence. Frame advantage has been reduced. Distance on hit has been reduced. Frame advantage for far version has been reduced for better consistency. Recovery upon landing when blocked has been increased by 7 frames, changing the frame advantage from -18 to -25. So a lot more recovery when blocked. Or if you whiff. Whiff recovery upon landing has increased by 7 frames, so if you sidestep it, typically if you sidestep it, it was hard to punish it. Now if you avoid chip by sidestepping the follow-up, you get a guaranteed punish because there's much more frame disadvantage on it. Delta Leap, wall cling time has been increased from 12 frames to 15 frames. Wall cling is now a counter-hittable state. If he gets on the wall and you slap him off of there, he's now counter-hittable. Goddamn, I love that. And then Whirlwind, travel speed and distance has been increased. Travel speed has been adjusted to reduce distance after the cross-up. Now crosses up foes in the corner. Ah, okay. So that's his. If you use his grounded unique action to go over somebody, it's faster. And you can side swap with people. So okay. So here's some, we're gonna go through all his changes so you can see those. I'd rather we go through it all at once. Also, let me just ban this person. They added the word, an accent to cheap. Oh, fuck you. I can't believe they added an accent so the word cheap viewers doesn't automatically get flagged and banned. How stupid. I hate bots. I have to add to my moderation here real quick. Give me a second. So Chiap users is now gone. Thank you. Good. So less HP, standing L. You gotta remember with him, his far L and his close L are the same. But okay, recovery's been increased by 2 frames. Used to be +4, now it's only +2. Hitbox has been expanded forward. So it'll no longer whiff. It'll no, because you can always chain. It'll no longer whiff like at this range. But you couldn't do this. You can never do this. You crouch, you can never do a far L. So now you'll be able to do, you can always do 1-2. But you can never do 1-1-2. So that's a big buff. They gave him this. Close standing H. So like normally it gave 2. Oh, overall, let's see, hold on. I'm at 66. 71. So it gave 5 on block, right? On hit. We're at 63. So 9 on hit. So a lot of SBA gains. So it's not gonna give 9 anymore. You're almost guaranteed 10. And you saw that a lot in combos. Pushback has been reduced for first hit and increased on second hit. So it's gonna push back further out. Oh, it pushes back less early and then more out, so it's probably the same distance, but differently. Hitbox of the second has been expanded forward. So it's easier to hit confirm with this. So it's a little bit of a buff, except for the nerf to the gain of the gauge. Dash H. Made better. It's going to hit from further out. It's going to go further and hit faster. So you can use that more as like a poke, even though it is... -6 on block. If you hit it, you get a guaranteed follow-up after with the far L that's been buffed. And Worgenstrom. So it comes out, less recovery. It's +4. Should be +9. If you ever hit this on a person, say if you knock them down and set it up, you get a lot more frame advantage on that, which is really good buff to him, I think. Ultimate Blade Impulse. Only -4. It's going to be more negative now. So it's going to be -6 on block, and he's going to be closer to you after he does it. So just doing this, just YOLOing and saying, I got him, it's going to get him punished by either like a close L or a close M, depending on the speed of it. M Southern Cross. Travel speed and distance have increased, so it goes faster and further. So using that as like let's say an instance here, right? It doesn't combo from like max range. From max range heavy. Now it will. Like you can see like mid-range heavy, right? That's a close one. Like you have to be like really close. Now you actually get the benefit of that, gonna combo better. So that's actually a nice buff for him there. And then, but you don't get as much SBA gauge anymore if you use it, right? In this case, 69, right? See, 71, 90. Because that's a lot of gain, honestly, right? Off of the Rekkas. Like, that's actually a lot, if you think about it. That's 20 meter gain on Southern Cross. And that's using it, like, just randomly, right? That's a lot of meter to get confirming that. So, less meter gain on that, which is great. Turbulence, if you use Turbulence, typically you have to hold the button to get the follow-up slash, right? But now if I hold up, I can guarantee that I don't get the button if I'm not trying to. And then the H1, so this is faster. Because first active frame, yeah, startup has been reduced, so it comes out faster. And the H1, you get more ground bounce, so if you actually hit this, you actually get a combo. Well, you didn't get anything off of that on normal hit. So you actually get a combo off of that if you manage to hit that. So 10 frames, and a guaranteed combo on non-counter hit. Frame advantage has been reduced from 45 to 31. It's positive 45. So less opportunity to apply more pressure after successfully hitting his DP. Distance on hit has been reduced, so less recovery, but it puts him closer. Recovery upon land, and then of course you have, if you block it, it's -17. Make him stand. -18, right? It's going to be -25, so you're guaranteed dash attack, or at least maybe like a Raging Strike. And then if you dodge, you actually get a chance to like punish it better, right? Because say if I make it block all counterattack settings, action will be to do an evade. Like if you timed it wrong, you know, this just makes it easier to deal with. So you could be more liberal on the timing of dodging the falling part of it. And then Delta Leap. Sticks on the wall a little bit longer. You gotta press. Okay, there you go. So that stays on the wall longer, so it's easier to deal with. Good. So 15 frames, so a little more manageable, thankfully. And then counter hit state, so if you swat them out of the sky. But now the big change is you can cross people up in the corner with this now. You couldn't be able to do it before, but now you can side swap. So you can set up the projectile and go for a mix-up. So that's a buff. He got a buff. But I would say, as a whole, if we look at everything, weaker. I mean, less HP makes it easier to deal with him and get you more reward on hitting him. Making his combos off of far L, like you mentioned. So recovery has been increased on far L, on stand L, so it's harder to extend combos with it, and he gets a lot less meter. You made his wall cling worse, but he still gets buffs in the sense of the Southern Cross, which is okay. Like medium Southern Cross is a better combo tool. Turbulence is a little bit stronger now. And then Delta Leap is nerfed, and he gets like a mix-up in the corner now. So he got like, being able to combo like that and set up some stuff. I mean, yeah, you want to use the block button. If people aren't using the block button, then they're going to get got by him by using that, right? So one of those like tricky things you got to like deal with. I don't know. I think as a whole with the meter gain, I think he's a slight loser. I would say like as a whole, it's not really bad. It's not a big loser, but it's little. He's not the same. Like the buffs to medium Southern Cross, Turbulence is like kind of whatever. I mean, that's a little bit more utility, so you can use that more because no one really used it. But you still die if they block it, right? So M Southern Cross a little bit better. Delta Leap is weaker. U Turbulence is weaker. Yeah, just a net loss. Not he. It's not like, oh fuck, he's dead, but it is. He is weaker. Used to be 2 sequences for Lancelot would give him 100% meter, and then he pretty much was guaranteed to be able to get a like silly combo afterwards. He pretty much was guaranteed to like get big meter combo and have resources like out the gut, you know. But now that you get like less meter on an ultimate skill also connecting, your combo is going to give you less meter after using it too, which is another big benefit. So yeah, overall just nerfed, I'd say. But, you know, I'm about it. Good. He's knocked down a peg. As he should be. Percival, up next. Percival is a character defined by his ability to enhance his skills using Trauma Ray, which is his little flyer power-up. So we've made adjustments to make these enhancements more noticeable. The startup of M and Zunden has been reduced to distinguish it from the L version, increasing its utility from a distance, making it chainable from a triple attack. So his Fireball. His medium Fireball has been reduced on startup, and you can chain it from a triple attack. The varying hit stun length of the ultimate version previously made it less advantageous at close range, because it was better at a far range, right? So it's been charged to hit twice for consistency and stronger set play potential. So you get the knockdown, you set up the Flame Carpet, so you get better utility out of Flame Carpet. Like, this is a little scary already. This is already a little scary, I'll be honest. You gave him a better M Fireball, better combo potential using the M Fireball. The ultimate Flame Carpet is 2 hits. So you get much more frame advantage off of it because it's 2 hits up close, which is scary. And then his little, like, not over his plus on block follow up to Lord Strike was slow on startup, right? So seldom in use. So its initiation and properties have been refined to enhance utility and combo potential. It can now be changed in additional attacks upon landing a hit, where normally you would just get like a knockdown and that was it, right? So if you actually manage to hit it, you get guaranteed damage. Ooh. Zoraisen, which is after the power up, which is the Thord Thrust, is now significantly more advantageous on clean hit, which is a little like zoom in. In return, the Guard Crush has been removed from its ultimate version, so you can no longer get a Guard Crush setup with it. The ultimate version of Trauma Ray has been adjusted and can be followed up with attacks when 5 or more orbs are stocked. The follow-up window now increases with more orbs stocked. So if you have higher than 9, if you have 9, you get that big hit, you can get a big combo after it now. Okay. No! Already! Ah! We're back to top tier Percival! Ah! He's back! He was already okay, and now he's great! Oh no! Far Standing H. Sword Hitbox now shrinks faster, making it more difficult to punish. Dash H. Travel speed and distance have been increased. So better Dash H. M and Zunden. Startup time has been reduced, so better usability in combos, triple attacks, whatnot. U and Zunden. So projectile now hits twice, modifying damage distribution and changing the frame advantage to be consistently +9 if the first hit is blocked, regardless of distance. So no matter what, he's gonna be +9 if the first hit is blocked. And set you up into the cooker. Oh god. M. Platsen, which is a DP, hitbox with the first hit has been expanded upwards, so it's a better anti-air. M. Platsen with the power-up. The first hit is now unrecoverable, preventing punishes in case for the second hit or onward whiffed. So if you power up his DP, it is now hard. The first hit, even if they pop out, is now a hard knockdown. MDP, HDP. For hitbox, for the first hit has been expanded upwards, so a better anti-air. The first hit is now unrecoverable, so same as Djeeta and Gran. Lord Strike into Schneiden, the low, now causes a juggle state on grounded hits. On the H version only, though. Thankfully. On the H version only. So if you hit that, you can get a guaranteed juggle mid. So they gave him juggles mid-screen meterless. Yeah. Startup time has been, or better combo ability mid-screen meterless. Light and medium Lord Strike into Mox, which is the mid plus frame hit. Startup time has been decreased, so 3 frames faster. Mid-air hit stun has been increased. So if you hit somebody, if you juggle them in mid-air, they've tripled the amount of hit stun, so you're guaranteed a combo if you get them in mid-air. So if you get, basically, most people would use it after a counter hit crouching heavy. Now your damage off of that is a lot more consistent. Ground has been increased. Trauma Ray version can now be followed up with additional grounded attacks. Yeah. So yeah, Mocked is now stronger. If you hit somebody with it, they bounce up. You get a guaranteed combo. The powered up version, which he's always going to have that powered up, it's going to be very, very good. He's a big winner. Lord Strike Mocked. Ground bounce type H version has been increased, allowing for follow-up attack. So again, you hit Mocked, you're getting a guaranteed combo. I hate this. I love this though. Virum is living it up right now. Medium Lord Strike Zeraisen, Trauma Ray version only. Recovery on clean has been reduced, changing the frame advantage from 15 to 25 and overall duration from 74 to 64. So much more ability to keep pressure afterwards. H version is Zeraisen. Recovery on clean hit. Overall duration is lower than the medium version, but the same frame advantage on hit. Ultimate DP, hitbox has been extended hit forward, fixing the follow-up where it would not, fixing the issue where follow-ups would not occur. No longer causes guard crush. Okay, so DP doesn't guard crush, so you don't lose extra health because of that, but it's easier to use as a reversal. Ultimate Trauma Ray, which is the power-up, launch height has been reduced, can now be followed up with attacks if 5 or more orbs are stocked. The more orbs stocked, the larger the window for follow-up attacks. So normally if you hit this, or if you do it in a combo without stocks, you don't get anything, so you gotta use it when you already have stocks. Slowdown now ends on the first active frame, while the startup isn't changed, it is now more vulnerable to counterattack with Whiffed. So if you whiff the ultimate version of the power-up, you get a chance to hit you back easier. And finally, duration for each additional orb has been adjusted to 18 frames regardless of additional orb stocked, with recovery now based on additional orbs stocked instead. Initial orbs stocked instead. So no matter what, if you charge up any more, you get more recovery. 18 frames per each one you're holding down. Interesting. So more recovery overall, less opportunities to hold that shit. So far standing H. Harder to whip punish. Which you saw this move already a lot. Harder to whip punish. Oh, sorry. I gotta put the screen on. Sorry. Like, didn't I say this guy's a big winner? This guy's a big winner. Like, there's no way he's not a big winner. This dude is fucking winning, and it's insane. You're welcome, Virum. They hooked you up. Dash H. This went nowhere. Now it's going to go further and go farther. M and Zundan. The medium fireball, which goes full screen. They're making it so you can get a triple attack now, right? Because you weren't able to, you couldn't get the light one, right? And you weren't able to get the medium one either. But now you can get the medium one on a triple attack and guaranteed a small hit there. And that's +3. It's nothing crazy. Like, you're not getting a combo off of it. That's nice. You and Zundan, Flame Carpet. Always one hit, right? On block. Up close. Oh, sorry. +2. Oops. So it's +8 from a distance. Max range +8. Right here, +2. Now it is always +9 if they block this. So if I do this, +9. So it is heavily in his turn. And again, this is a 9-frame startup move. That guarantees that I can do this afterwards. They are forced to block far medium after he does the Flame Carpet. That's crazy. Granted, you can't do another fireball afterwards. That's still actually kind of very crazy. You're guaranteed Flame Carpet, which is nuts. You're guaranteed the fire chip damage. And basically, people are going to have to use a Brave counter because that move is already extra stupid. Damn. It's so good. M plus in the DP. Better as an anti-air, so the first hit is going to have an expanded hitbox upwards. The charge version will be unrecoverable, so they can't bounce. If they get hit by the first version and they hit the ground, they won't be able to tech, which helps them out. H plus in. Better hitbox as an anti-air initially. And again, just like the medium one, if they get hit, but they pop, if they hit the ground and you don't connect the rest of the hits going up, they no longer get a tech into a punish. Lord Strike Schneiden. This is what you get. You were even. Now, if you use this, you get a pop-up, and now you can get a juggle. It launches them in the air for a juggle. So he gets guaranteed damage. You hit this, boom, combo. You probably get a medium into like a DP. So I imagine it's going to be like that into there. I guarantee you, and it's going to be crazy. Or I'd probably do like the medium one, right? So it'll be like, like that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting off of that. So Schneiden is so much stronger. That's crazy buff. That's super good. Better mid-screen damage, which is spooky. And then currently, all this does is bounce lightly, right? You don't get anything off of this. It's slow. 20 frame startup, right? So now this is no longer, it's now 17 frames. So they took away 3 frames of startup. If it hits somebody in the air, you get a higher ground bounce, and there's more recovery afterwards. So if you get an airborne opponent with that, you get a combo as well, right? And then the Trauma Ray version which is the medium version. You get additional grounded attacks, but that is on, because normally, say if I hit this, I don't get anything off that. So now if you hit that normally, you get a guaranteed follow-up afterwards. Lord Strike mocked. H. Got to power up for the power-up, right? M version of this, so Zerison. So we already talked about that. Okay, Zerison. So Lord Strike. Trauma Ray version. Recovery on clean has been reduced. So normally it's 15 frames, 25. Okay, so. Oops. Plus 15. So plus 25. So a lot more frame advantage afterwards if you connect that, which a lot of times you will. That's one of your main combo enders. So now you get a lot more advantage afterwards. Oops. Fuck it up. But I gotta get it. It's off of a clean hit, right? Clean hit. So already, like, it's good damage already. But now you get a lot more chance to run forward, which is crazy good. And then the powered up version of the H1 is the same way. Juicy. Ultimate Platson, we talked about earlier. U1 has a better DP. Went to the DP. The first hit no longer guard crushes. Interesting. I think they got the wrong move. And then you Trauma Ray. They don't launch as high. So they get launched a little less high. Because if you hit them with that, right? I don't think, like, let me see. They didn't really get a combo off that. Can I cancel that? Hold on. Okay. Storing up to 9. Okay. So if I do that, it's a lot more slowdown and now ends on first active frame. Interesting. So don't whiff that or else you'll die. They made that so like if you do this and you fuck it up, you're gonna get gone. But yeah, as a whole, looking at everything, holy shit. Holy shit. Harder to whip punish. Better fart dash H. Amon Zunden again. Better projectile. Better frame advantage on blocked flame carpet. Better DP. Combo off of the low follow-up to Lord Strike. So guaranteed combo damage mid-screen. Mocked gives you a, is faster, but easier to use in pressure. And the powered up version will give you a juggle point mid-screen without having to have them in the air. H version of Lord Strike, the mocked, the medium hit, will also give him a ground bounce, so you can combo off that if you connect that, if you want another option to use instead of Schneiden. And then Zoraisen gives you a better knockdown, so more pressure afterwards. So yeah, big winner. There is no way this character has so many characters left. I'm not going to get through them all. It's already been 3 hours now. This was expected. I might have to do 2 streams to get through all of this. I've done 6 characters out of this whole cast because I've been spending so much time with each of them. I promised the most in-depth patch stream, and I guarantee that. Holy shit, I'm crazy. I'm actually crazy. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I'm missing all the juicy details when I go back on Twitter. Okay, Ladiva. Ladiva was originally conceptualized as a grappler, but adjustments made to her ultimate skills as combo tools began to detract her from her original design, which is understandable. She became more of a combo character, with grappling being this afterthought. This time our adjustments have focused on highlighting her strengths as a grappler, leading to some significant changes. First and foremost, we've made landing Jewel Resort Screwdriver the focus of her game plan. Its damage, advantage upon landing, and movement have been adjusted in her favor. In addition to dealing significant damage, it now carries foes farther, making it easier to press the advantage upon a successful grab. In return, its swift recovery has been increased. Although the duration of Leva's crossover is longer compared to other characters, it can now uniquely be cancelled into Jewel Resort Screwdriver towards the end, so she can cancel into her command grab near the end of it. I think it's going to be after the part you can punish, but she's going to get rewarded if she rolls over things correctly into a command grab. Her strike attacks have been adjusted to facilitate setups for Jewel Resort Screwdriver. The startup and recovery for both L and M versions of Elegant Lariat have been reduced. Oh. Which, I mean, those only hit characters who are standing, so whatever. In addition to making them easier to integrate into combos, reduced whiff recovery allows her to close the distance and create situations to land various grabs. Okay. So you gotta be quicker about punishing you. You gotta be more on your toes. Additionally, it no longer has different properties when performed while dashing. So it's universal, which I never knew it had different properties while dashing. H Headbutt of Love's behavior has also been simplified to cause ground bounce, changing its utility. Normally it forced crouching, but now it gets ground bounce. While her combo routes have changed considerably, the Ladiva players have to learn new combo routes again because you have to do a ground bounce. You're not guaranteed headbutt into crouching heavy. These adjustments have aimed to make Ladiva character focus on landing command grabs throws rather than extended combos. So they took away probably her like ultimate lariat into like headbutt extended combo. Her Skybound art now deals an additional 10% damage when performing a 720 on top of the standard technical input damage bonus. Although Granblue was designed with the skill button in mind, the high difficulty performing a 720 motion is deserving of an exception to reinforce her identity as a grappler through and through. High difficulty, sure. AKA do this on stick and stick player's advantage! There you go. So she gets more damage on her super if you do the standard motion because they're saying, damn, you're committed to playing on stick or doing this shit on a fucking leverless, here's a reward. Alright, let's go through everything. I'll take a break in a moment because I gotta stretch. Crossover can now be cancelled in the Jewel Resort Screwdriver, Maximum Love Bomb, or the Shape of Love from the 30th frame. Yeesh, so you can do Command Grab, SBA Grab, or her SSBA if you roll correctly. Dash H, her overhead, has more pushback. Anti-air lateral knockback has increased. A cinematic animation has been added for counter hits. That's cute. Now causes wall bounce even when used mid-screen. An overhead where if you get hit by it, it's your own fucking fault. Gets a wall bounce, so you get more time to get up to them. Or maybe do a lariat. Now sends foes flying on counter hit. Behavior on hit and block has been changed. Ladiva now stops more quickly and pushback has been significantly increased. That's really good! Forward throw. Fix an issue where frame advantage after throwing some foes was inconsistent. L command grab. Damage has been increased by 400. More frame advantage. Grab range is lower. Great for the light one, which is the fastest one. Whiff recovery has been increased by 8 frames, increasing duration from 47 to 55. Okay, good. So neutral jumping it gives you like a guaranteed reward. Medium one, 300 more damage. Longer range now significantly advances forward upon a successful throw. So the light one, you don't go forward, but the medium one, which has better range, will go further out and move like as they're spinning around. Recovery after a successful throw has been reduced, changing the frame advantage to 2 frames more. Distance from foe upon a successful throw has been reduced, so after you land it, you're actually closer for Oki purposes, which is already better because of the reduced recovery. And now whiff recovery has been increased by 8 frames, increasing overall duration 49 frames to 57. So 8 frames again, so more recovery. If you neutral jump, you should be fine. Or a backdash, you should be guaranteed a hit. H Resort Screwdriver, Jewel Resort Screwdriver. It's big advantage forward. Distance from foe is a lot closer. So you actually get like really rewarded for command grabs. Launch height upon a successful throw has been increased. Launch height? Recovery upon a successful throw has been reduced. Plus 57. Ah! And whiff recovery is 8, so it's still the longest like recovery out of all. Well, no. It's less. It's always been less, but now it's like still less but more. Ultimate is also more recovery. L leg drop, the anti-air command grab. Damage has been no, that's the that's her air command grab. Sorry, air command grab. More damage. 4 frame startup. better range, and you get successful frame advantage. Okay, that's kind of scary. They made that better, and she can combo into that on air-to-air hits. So it's more consistent if you do an air-to-air with her. She's going for air-to-airs for days. M, leg drop of adoration. 300 more damage. 2 frames less startup. More distance to the corner. And consistent frame advantage on hit. X version, H version, distance is increased, so it goes further out. Frame advantage has been normalized, so just better frame advantage across the cast. Headbutts of Love no longer negates projectiles, but instead gains armor properties. No! Why? Oh, she absorbed. Never mind. It doesn't. I'm sorry. It has armor against projectiles. Armor against projectiles. So it no longer negates projectiles, but she absorbs projectiles. So it seems that she's going to take like some chip damage. Or gray health, right? Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Less knockback on light headbutt of love, so they get closer to you. Medium one as an anti-air now causes a ground bounce. H headbutt of love, the first hit. Less damage. Does a ground bounce? On anti-air, you get a better ground bounce probably, and more and the knockbacks change. Not sure if it's better or worse. But now if you do the first hit, you get a bounce instead of forcing crouching. H headbutt of love, second hit. Damage has been reduced again, so less damage across that. They don't want to make her less of a combo character. So there are nerfs in here. They're really retooling her as a character. I'm gonna take a small break. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. back. It's me again. Jeez Louise. I got more water. I got a Coke. We're going for the long haul, right? I'm gonna do my best until I can't anymore. It's past 12 p.m. my time, a.m. my time. I still have many characters to diagnose and check out, but I think we have a better system now. Hope I can get at least 2 or 3 an hour, but it's gonna take a minute. Oh my goodness. Yeah, check Twitter. Twitter is laughing it up. I'm a fan. Okay. Oh no, we can't do that. That song might get like flagged. I want to put like a stream up on the side to watch, but I can't do it to myself. I have 4 friends who are all streaming Path of Exile at each other. That's crazy. More power to them, I suppose. Alright, power of Coke, let's go. Not that kind. Okay. So we're back on Ladiva. I really had to go to the restroom. I had to stretch anyway, so that works out. Headbutt of Love second. Less damage. Recovery has been increased by 2 frames. So it's now -2 on block. Yay! Yay! Anti-air. Ground bounce height has been adjusted. Knockback has been adjusted. But now causes ground bounce on grounded foes. Which is just like the first one. Third hit of Headbutt of Love. More damage, so everyone's got nerfed, so they want you to do all 3. Recovery has been increased by 2 frames, so it's now a -4. Okay. Bounce height has been adjusted. Knockback has been adjusted. So you're guaranteed to get a bounce on it, because normally on a grounded opponent it would knock down. But now, there's no more grounded opponents during the EX Headbutt, because it always bounces. Ultimate, fix an issue where the skill would fill SPA gauge on hit. Can now be used to defend against projectiles from ultimate skills, Skybound Arts, and Super Skybound Arts. Okay, so you can just avoid chip out from those specials by just headbutting them. That's kind of funny. They've removed the dash version from Elegant Lariat on all versions, which I never knew there was a version from dashing. Faster startup by 2 frames. So it starts up faster and it has 5 less frames of recovery. Yeesh. Block stun has been adjusted, changing the frame damage to +3. So if you ever block it, it's not as scary, but it's also the faster startup of her M command grab makes that really frightening. And there's less hit stun in air, so if she hits you, you get a pop out better. Lateral knockback distance has been increased while launch height has been reduced. So not only will you pop out, but you get launched further out. Okay. M version. 4 frames less startup, 7 frames less recovery. So if she manages to swing, it recovers pretty quick. And block stun is different now. It's still +6. A lot less hit stun in midair, and launch height's less high. And then H lariat, dash version has been removed, so it works the same. Ultimate is faster, more recovery, block stun has been adjusted, frame advantage is still +5 against crouching foes. Hit stop on the second hit has been increased by 3 frames to maintain the same amount follow-up after block stun adjustment. Okay. Interesting. But again, it's really weird because her using that is like her mainstay of the combos, and they're it hits them in a way that you can combo again with a button, and you go for EX headbutt of love afterwards. But now that it ground does less damage and ground bounces, it's like again they're nerfing her full combo damage. But because that's the thing they want. They don't want her to be like that. I do half life whenever I hit you, right? They want you to actually have to use command grabs. Her unique skill can now be canceled into after a successful H screwdriver or H leg drop of adoration. You can get a follow-up to an EX command grab? What is that supposed to be? Her love grapple, initial travel speed has been adjusted, acceleration has been increased while deceleration has been reduced, grab range at max speed has been expanded, can now grab grounded foes and hit stun. Wall bounce has been reduced. Wait. Oh, wait, sorry. I thought of it wrong. Devoted Body Slam is the anti-air command grab. Can now be canceled. Oh my god! You get the you get a guaranteed silly hard knockdown. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Devoted Body Slam. The elbow drop. After you get a command grab, you could spend 50 to get additional damage after hitting a command grab or air command grab, the EX one. Love grapple, which is her unique skill, is travel speed has been adjusted, faster acceleration with less deceleration, so she's gonna be zooming. Its grab range at max speed has been expanded, so she's gonna have a better grab out of it. Can grab foes in hit stun. She can combo into it, so she has a meterless command grab thing going on here. Wall bounce has been reduced. That's funny. The hurl. Wall bounce has been increased. So if you throw them against the wall, if you throw them in the air, wall bounce has been increased. The M version of it, okay. Because normally she just does the toss to the wall. But then she can throw, when she throws them, toss them forward and upwards. Okay. So if you do the forward throw follow-up, it has a better wall bounce, and you can get that mid-screen hit. And then Shape of Love, which is her SSBA. Damage from your so you get more damage if you do the 720. If you use it with the your stick. Okay. So we're going to go through each of these now because this is kind of crazy, and then we'll talk about what I think about her. Sheesh. So Ladiva. Ladiva. So her crossover this, right? 33 frames. So on the 30th frame, so it's 33 frames. So you have a 3-frame gap at the end here where you can cancel it into 720. Right? So it is 30 frames. If you do not punish her within the 30 frames, she can, again, and there's startup on the command grab. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's a 7-frame startup. So it is 37 frames. It's a 37-frame command grab, and if you're getting hit by that, that's your own fault. It is 100% your own fault. But again, it's just a reward. She basically gets a 37-frame command grab if she rolls past, if you whiff something and she rolls past it, right? Instead of having a 40-frame command grab. So it's 3 less frames to roll command grab you, essentially, which is the math on that, right? Okay. Dash H. Oh, wait, that's Dash H. Sorry, Dash M is that one. Sorry, Dash H is this. Pushback is increased. So hitting this knocks people farther away. As an anti-air, it has lateral knockback. So it pushes back further. On a hit, this is +2, whatever, right? But now it's more pushback on block. Because on block, this was... Stop! Right? On block, this is -3. Even hitting like late frames. -1, right? But now it pushes back further out, so you're at negative, but you're at a further range for them to... harder for them to put pressure on you. As an anti-air, it's going to knock them back further. And on counter hit, there is now an animation.
Look at you.
It's +6, so I can get like a medium, right? But it's going to have a special animation when it hits. And then... Come, dear. Let's get to it. Oh. If it's not counter hit, it's going to have a wall bounce. It does not leave him standing in your face. It's going to kick him against the wall and give you a wall bounce. Yeesh. Ladiva now stops more quickly, and pushback has been significantly increased. Interesting. So that's a big buff to this. They made this so much better. And the fact that you get a special animation on counter hits is going to sound fun. That didn't have a lot of use. This didn't have a lot of use. Everyone just used this. Forward throw. You get weirder frame advantage depending on the character. So they changed that a bit, so it's more consistent. Jewel Resort Screwdriver. So more damage on that, right? Grab range is reduced. So normally you could grab from here. So it's going to make it harder to grab from this exact range. So it's easier for them to whiff it, even though it's, again, it is 7 frames. It is the faster the command grabs, where it's 2 more frames on the medium one. But the medium one is now having a longer grab range. So it's going to, like, how this one grabs from here, the medium one is going to be able to grab it from a lot farther out, but the same range as the light one. Again, the grab range is expanded, and now you move forward, right? Normally, like I said, my position is right at this box here, right? That one box in the background. Now, I'm the one standing at the box, but now it's going to go much further than that, and they showed that in the video. And then, again, it's instead of +30, +28, it is +30. So you get 2 more frames to run in. And she will, Metera. When she lands this grab, she's going to be closer to you and have a better chance of plus frames. Again, that's frightening, right? More corner carry and better Okazemi afterwards. H version. So if you grab this right at this range I'm at, oops. I'm a little bit past the box, right? Closer to the corner. It's going to push probably much closer to the corner because Ladiva, like, my positioning right here is in front of Rack, right? Afterwards, I'm, like, next to her and, like, close to this box, right? So it's going to be much further than that, and they're going to be closer to me afterwards as well. And again, better frame advantage. So if I land this, normally it's plus 28, plus 57. Not only are you closer to her after landing this command grab that has limited range, mind you. Mind you, it has limited range. But the corner carry is going to be absurd and the Oki is going to be nuts. The ultimate command grab, it mentioned it. It's just going to have more recovery, nothing different. Leg drop of adoration. Make him jump. It's going to be faster. So a much better tool to catch people jumping. People try to jump away, you can just, you read that and you have a much better ability to catch them trying to get away. And that's really scary. And it has more range as well. So I can use it better on reaction to them trying to run away or neutral jump. With the right read, I can just air scoop and not worry about it. And then if frame advantage projectile throw has been normalized. Frame advantage here is plus 5. So that's really good. The medium one is also faster. 7 frames. You go further after you get hit. So I'm in front of that box. Now I'm in front of that box. It's going to be much more closer to the corner. And better frame advantage because at this point it's still plus 5. But it'll be normalized no matter what height you throw them at. So you're always at that good plus range. And then the heavy one, only difference is it's going to go much further out. But it's still 4 frames, which is really fast. She's in front of that box. Now I'm in front of that box a little further out. It's going to go farther to the corner. And it's going to have a better frame advantage as well, which is also scary. Headbutt of Love no longer negates projectiles, but instead gains armor properties. So normally you could just do this to get meter. Now she's going to take chip damage from doing Headbutt of Love to break projectiles. This was a great tool against projectiles, and it was people didn't want to throw projectiles in the last version. But now Ladiva can just do this and just rock out and take a little bit of chip damage, but it'll be okay. Medium Headbutt of Love now causes a ground bounce. Yeah, normally they could just, if they got hit by the medium one, they just tech and they're fine. So now you get a ground bounce off of anti-air. So you can, when they're airborne, you can get a combo afterwards. Now here's where the meat and potatoes come down to. And this is where the big changes come down to like mess with her.
Come, dear, let's get to it.
So H Headbutt of Love. Damage has been reduced, so it's normally 1,000. Now causes ground bounce on grounded foes. See, here it normally would do a force crouch. Because you could do AA into crouching heavy, right? Or no, you do and force standing, right? That was like her big adjustments. On the headbutt, it forced crouching. So you can do this, into that, into the lariat. So that's like the biggest thing that they kind of changed, right? So no longer. There you go. So you can no longer do this. You can't get that. I think you still get a ground bounce, but it's probably not going to be high enough to do. I don't know if you can still do crouching heavy afterwards. And the ground bounce height has been adjusted as an anti-air, which they might get like launched higher up. And knockback isn't adjusted. I don't know if it's made further out or not. The second headbutt also has more recovery on it, so -2, so it's no longer even on block. Ground bounce on grounded foes, so again, it's still bouncing people, or if they get hit by it, right? If they block the first hit, get hit by the second one, they still ground bounce, so you don't get like the guaranteed. You don't get the guaranteed. Well, you might get the guaranteed chops. But you don't get like that extended combos that she got, I imagine. And then anti-air, you get a bigger ground bounce, second hit. Knockback has been adjusted. So basically, yeah, person gets hit by the second hit after blocking the first one, it'll still bounce them again. And third hit has been increased. Normally, the third hit gave him a they could tech afterwards immediately, right? Now it's less safe on block. Bounce height has been adjusted. Knock has been adjusted. So they bounce a little higher. And I think they go farther out if you commit to that. And then lastly, if you did this, if you did the skill, it would fill SBA gauge on hit. Yeah, she got 2 of her SBA gauge back, but you're not supposed to get anything back once you land a reversal ultimate like that. But now it can be used to defend against ultimate projectiles where her normal one used to not be able to do that. Okay. Light Elegant Lariat. On hit, plus 36. 1300, 1200. Okay, so the dash one did more damage. So dash one is gone. Point blank range has been reduced from 18 to, it says 17 first active hit, but okay. So now it's faster for startup. Recovery is reduced, so if they're crouching, it's already fast. There's 5 frame less. Like, you have to be on it. It's scary, right? If she's whiffing Lariat, you can't just, like, you gotta be hitting those crouch lights. You no longer have ample time to just go for as free a punish because of just how fast you're. And that's basically setting up this, right? It's spooky. And that's gonna make it better if she gets, like, a knockdown. Like, I can land this into like a setup, right? Lariat with. Because they reduced it by 5 frames. So that's really good. I'm scared of that. It's easier to do tricky stuff with that now. Okay. Blocks have been adjusted, so if they do block it, no longer +5, you are +3, which is still advantage, so you can still do lights. Because that's active on 7 frames, so if you do a +5, you are guaranteed this. But at +3, you're still guaranteed, or let me see. That's 12 frames. So if you did this, and you're at 5, and you did 12, you had a 7-frame move, which it can still hit you out of. But if you had your 7-framer, there's a 2-frame gap. Whereas now at 3, there's a 4-frame gap, which still they don't want to press against it, but now you have to be careful. They can better challenge you with reversals during that. It's a little spicy. And mid-air hit stun has been reduced from 32 to 22. So that they can recover faster. So you probably don't get, like, off of, like, certain air hits, you don't get that juggle anymore, really. And lateral knockback has increased while launch height has been reduced. So after hitting him, they go further out. So it's worse overall, and they get more space if you end with that. So, medium one, again, the dash one is gone. So it always do 1650 as opposed to 1760. Always 1650 or 1600. Sorry. Faster startup. So instead of 34 frames, it's not going to be 30 frames. So it's a lot more usable of counter hits, I think. And then recovery has been reduced to 11 frames. If they see you coming at them, and they don't, like, it's already quick. If they don't, right? Actually, no, hold on. It currently is 18 frame recovery, which is 3 less than the light one. 11 frames is really fast of recovery. So again, if you see this coming and you don't stuff it, or if you don't, like, punish it fast, she's on top of you real quick. I can't do this combo. What are links? I don't know. Or I gotta do like this, right? That's right. So that's frightening, right? She does this lariat, she's on you real quick, and normally she's negative 57, right? So she's gonna be negative 46, which is much, much worse. And then block stun is still the same. The way it's going to look is different. Mid-air hit stun. So if you hit an opponent jumping with this, it would be a hard knock. It would be a bounce at most. But now it isn't. Now they reduced that by 34 frames. So they'll be able to tech out if you ever hit that in mid-air. And then launch height has been reduced, so hitting this, they don't go as high or as close. You're not guaranteed like a follow-up. Or it might be harder to get like a follow-up to it. H Elegant Lariat, they just made the dash version gone. The U version of it, faster startup. Oops, wrong one. So 17 frames, now be 16 frames. More recovery by 3 frames. So it's +5. So now it's going to be +2. On block if you get your guard crush. And then, oh no, frame advantage is still +5 against crouching foes. Okay, so the recovery is changed. But even with more recovery, it's still going to be +5 if they crouch block it. Or if they stand block it, it's guard crush. And a knockdown. It's better just to take the hit. And hit stop on second has been increased by 3 frames to maintain the same follow-up options after block stun adjustment. Okay. Okay.
Excellent.
Hit stop on second hit has been increased by 3 frames to maintain the follow-up options. Okay. Because if they make the recovery more, they make it so if you get a hit on standing, you still get the same kind of performance afterwards. So still you get the same value out of that. It's just been tweaked a little bit to have more recovery on a stand blocker where you have less frame advantage if you hit them afterwards with the double hit. Because normally, so basically, this was normally plus 26, so now it's going to be plus 23 essentially. Which is still good. And then devoted body slam. Can now basically this is weird. If I land this, I can do that. I'm guaranteed that after a successful EX command grab or EX air command grab. Because that is already by itself 3,500 damage. Oops. So 3,300 damage, right? And I can do it off of either one of these. That's 4,000 or 3,500 damage. So 3,500 damage plus an additional 3,500 plus an additional 3,300. That's crazy. That's over 6,000 damage for landing an air command grab. How much did I say it was? 3,500 plus 3,500 plus 3,300, so that's 6,800 damage. 6,000 life gone if you ever land a heavy command grab, potentially. Having an extension like that is wild. Is actually wild. And then if you do the work the crowd, you can actually get even more damage. So let's say like I land this in the air. Work the crowd. Oops. What's the option? L or M after successful throw? Oh, I got to time it right. Okay. How do I set this up? I don't know the timing of this. I'm holding it. Doesn't do it. I'm gonna mash it and see what happens. Huh. How do I set this up? Okay, I could do the grounded one, I guess, but it's still weird. I guess that's nothing I ever like tried before. So 4,000 damage, right? Normally by itself, it does 3,500. So 500 extra damage. That is 7,300 damage from landing this command grab into the ultimate body slam. That's crazy. Love grapple. This is faster. Grab at range has been expanded. So at max speed, it's gonna have a better range at grabbing. Can grab foes and hit stun, which is kind of wild. So I guess if they get hit by like the chop, it'll be able to grab them, or if there's like a big counter hit stun, right? Because there's the wall bounce off of that, which all you can really do is like maybe like a sweep. You get the lariat, right? Okay. But if you do, oops, sorry. Okay, hold the button down. Huh. Normal wall bounce doesn't do anything, but I'll hold the medium one. I see, okay. So, wall bounce has been reduced for the normal one. So this is less wall bounce if it does that. So they stay closer to the wall. And it's still a hard knockdown? Oh, yeah, hard knockdown. So you have, they stay closer to the wall there, and you can use that to your advantage if you want to get them closer to that situation. But the hurl here, wall bounce has been increased, making follow-up attacks easier to land from mid-screen. So if I do this option, it basically has a better wall bounce. So if we're at like over this way, it's much easier for me to get a better combo. So getting hit by this, I probably get like 2 hits of crouch heavy. So easier follow-ups after that, and that's pretty good. I mean, getting hit by that again, it's your own fault. But the reward there is going to be much higher if they catch you with that. Again, they're turning a giant dial that says grappler, and they're looking back at the crowd and saying, how much do we want to do this? They turned her away from the striker and grappler, and they went, okay, Granblue Fantasy versus Rise. We're turning her away from grappler to striker. And they're looking back, and they're seeing all the Diva players, and everyone being like, "Aw," and everyone else is like, "Yay!" because she's not a grappler as much anymore. And now they're just turning it slowly more towards grappler, and listening to the reaction from the crowd, looking back at the crowd like the Price is Right. They're turning it more towards the grappler, and that is Ladiva. And then Shape of Love does now 10% more damage if you land this. So now it does 20% damage because you see the good, right? You get 10% more damage doing it that way. $68.24. So plus another extra 10%. Yeah. Because if I did it, let me see. What is this again?
Elegance. Here it comes.
What's the easy version of this? Oop, my leg again. Maximum love bond is throw plus skill. Okay. So this division, the easy input is so 6240. If I do my math, let's see. 6240 times 0.20. 20%. Plus 6240. It'll now do 7,488 damage. So upwards of 700 damage for 600 damage for landing it with your command input. So that's another. Yeah. So okay. Let's look at everything, because that was a lot of stuff to look at for her, which is surprising. But there you go. They're cooking something here. So again, you're changing her combo routes, right? You're making it so she's more of a grappler than she is a striker. Because again, they're saying that we want to make it so that so again, significant changes. Same kind of weaknesses overall, right? She still has to... Brave counter is still going to be really good against her. She still has Brave counter herself, which is always nice. But she gets more reward off grappling, which, again, is a strong thing. That's where she should be... That's where should be her power level at. Not a combo character where it's like light reward off grapple. It's big reward off grapples. But they mention here, like I mentioned... While the combo routes have changed considerably because they reduced the recovery that you as an opponent when you get hit by the lariat in the air. You get a faster time to pop out at your advantage. These Zetas make Ladiva character focus on landing grabs rather than extended combos. Essentially, they're getting rid of like that crazy mid-screen combo that she always had, the coast-to-coast combo. We'll see what the new routes are when people have their hands on her. I would say getting the ability to roll command grab is not like it's 3 frames less than if you did it roll and then grab, right? Because her fastest grab is 7 frames, her roll is 33 frames now, so it's normally a 40 frame grab. Now it's a 37 frame grab, which is a little bit better, right? Dash H having a wall bounce is new, and I think that can be a big improvement to her, especially because it's not very negative and it has more pushbacks. You can see a lot more dash H. More damage on her command grabs is really nice. I think she's definitely a winner as a whole. It's just like her combo game is basically just going to be setting up for her to get close and then to mix up the command grab. So you're not going to win off 2 big combos with Ladiva. You're going to have to mix up more command grabs into it, or the combos might still be huge. We'll see. I think she's a winner though. I'm gonna put her at winner. I can't say big winner because I have to see what her combo routes look like afterwards, especially the EX headbutt being nerfed, as well as the lariat being buffed as a trick, as a gimmick. It's better, but it's also worse as a combo tool. Extra damage you can get off of any heavy command grab with her ultimate body slam. Ultimate DP is scary good. And then a better like unique skill, which they keep trying to make better. If they make it better, hey, cool. But I think as a whole, she's just a wiener. That took me so long to get through. Holy shit. But we did it. We finally did it. Oh my god, it took a while. Alright, off to Metera. Metera is a character who employs a variety of projectiles and dodging techniques to maintain the advantage from a distance. However, we found that her projectiles were lacking in firepower, making it difficult for players to perform combos based on situational awareness. I understand that, yeah. You do like weird situations, you weren't really getting much, you're just being able to shoot people, right? To address this, we made adjustments to improve her consistency and performance. Ultimate Starry Sky, which I think is the... Ultimate Starry Sky? Her low arrow, her ultimate arrow projectile, right? So Starry Sky now causes a wall bounce when used near the corner, making follow-ups easier. Okay, so normally you have like a little bit of hang time to get a combo, and now you're guaranteed to get a bounce and get something. So if you use that, which most of the Meteras use that for combo, for just in their combos, since you didn't have much use for resources outside of like SBA. Metera also now lands sooner when using Light Starry Sky midair, increasing its frame advantage. This makes it more difficult to punish when used immediately after jumping, improving its utility in neutral, which is, again, having a tool that beats out people doing throws. So now, if you do immediate jump into Starry Sky, you land quicker. So she'll fast fall, and be able to blow up people doing throws more when you do those dash ups, which is good. More characters need that ability like they gave Charlotta. The L&M version of the Great Fall had long recovery times when whiffed, making them risky to use, aka the anti-air arrows that you'd shoot up and then they would fall down, making them too risky to use effectively. These times have been reduced, making them more viable in neutral so you can make it rain more. The H version would also sometimes miss shorter characters, so we expanded downward hitbox to ensure it fully connects, and return to skill now deals slightly less damage. So less damage for more utility, okay. Finally, her ultimate Ethereal Seal, which is the butterfly, now deals multiple hits, increasing its advantage on block. It also remains active even if Metera takes damage! You can no longer just Brave Counter her away and be like, that's it for her butterflies. You Brave Counter her, she butterflies stick there, homing on top of you, increasing her threat. Good buff! Good buffs! Let's look at the rest. Dash H. Travel speed and distance have been increased, so better Dash H. Better Dash M. Better travel speed and distance on that too. Okay. Starry Sky, the ultimate version, 8-1. More knockback when you hit them on the ground, so push people further out. And the first hit will now does wall bounce, even when used mid-screen. So you might be able to get a follow-up mid-screen if you hit him close enough with that first hit and get a small little extra damage. 3 frames less on Starry Sky when you're jumping forward. Fall speed after attacking has been accelerated, reducing recovery time. So, faster to use, which is great. And then fall speed is faster, so she'll land and you get a combo for blowing people up, for either pressing buttons or for trying to stand tech. The backwards one, you don't have a faster startup, so it's still 22 frames, but you do land faster. Light Great Fall. Damage has been reduced, so it was 800 for the initial shot up, and then it was 600. So now it's less on the shot up, which is 600, and you get 400. So it's 200 minus 200. So it's 800 versus, I mean, that's a big difference. Not that you hit all the shots all the time on that, if you shot the up one or the down one, but it's just overall. Recovery has been reduced by 15 frames. Wow, that's huge, actually. So it's now 48 frames if you just shoot it out, which is crazy. Falling projectile hit swap is reduced by 5 frames. So you feel like you snap out of it faster. Oh, my favorite song right here. Great Fall. Damage has been reduced. So again, like the other one, which was 800 plus 600, it is now 600 plus 400, so it's 1,000. 1,000 versus 1,400. 400 damage less. Recovery has been reduced by 5 frames, so again, 48 frames, just like the light version. And then the H Great Fall, less damage where it was 1,700. Now it is 1,500 versus 1,700, so 200 damage less. Not that crazy. Initial vertical hitbox has been expanded, so when you shoot people with a triple attack, you can actually hit your foes that are short. Wow! Her light and medium butterflies actually have more hit stun on them, so if you actually pop them up right, they're in 60 frames of hit stun versus 22. They are going to be holding that block for a minute. That's great, because that makes it, her game plan now is a bit trickier up close. They gave her utility better at up close because you have her unique ability that pops her forward, that she jumps forward, and then you can use that in conjunction with the arrows, or use that with the mix-up, right? 60 frames. You pop the butterfly, you hop over, and then you make them guess because they're in blocks, then they gotta hold the mix-up after you pop the butterflies and you do her unique hop forward. And then again, when you have the ability to just be in their face and mix up the Starry Sky in the air to beat throws, really good. Ultimate Ethereal Seal, hit count has increased from 1 to 3, so it's a lot more blocks done. Total damage dealt has not been changed, it just spread it from 1 hit to multiple hits. Butterfly lasts less at 300 frames, but when you get hit, it doesn't disappear. So it's a big buff. Sure, it doesn't last as long, but it's still really good. Let me use the restroom again, because I gotta go. I drank so much water so far. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna try out. We're gonna show her visibly how some of these changes look, or can look, and talk about it that way. I'm gonna think I forgot to start recording again, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. I gotta get this full video off of Twitch, which I'm gonna get anyway. But hopefully, it doesn't mess with like how my volume is or anything like that. Sheesh. Okay. Let's go to the show. All right. So. Dash M. It's gonna her overhead is gonna go further, or sorry, no, yeah. I don't know why they did H first and then M. So M is gonna go further and faster. H, her hip attack is gonna go further and faster. Ultimate Starry Sky is gonna wall bounce, right? Boom, that hits. Boom, you get a wall bounce. And then the light one, aka this one, again, first active frame is 24 frames, right?
Thought you had me.
22 frames, right? Because if they're standing, right? You make her stand. Yeah, 22. So it's going to be a lot less and she lands faster. Because right now, if I hit this, I'm +1. But if I land faster, it's likely that I'll be able to get a combo off this. So she gets a dive kick. It's normally +1. So if you land faster with faster startup, over recovery time, she can do this as a dive kick. If she wants to be in your face, she can just do that and get a combo. So this is going to be big for her. Being able to do this, blow up throws, and get like a combo off that is going to be extra scary. Anytime she wants, she can just go wee. And her getting a combo like that is great. The jump backwards one is not going to have this faster startup. That's going to be really good, honestly. If she gets combos off of that, I'm scared. You got to be extra careful what she's in your face. She no longer has to rely on just like the short hop. She can just do this and get something off of there. I like that a lot. Let's see. Damage reduction for the Great Fall. Let's see. Make him jump. So again, less damage on this. But, again, a lot less recovery. Let me make the jumping stop. Negative 51, right? So instead, it's going to be... it's been reduced by 15 frames? So instead of negative 63, which they said, it's going to be negative 48. Which is still 15 frames, which is a lot. Good, and the value of this is like, oh no. If it rains, you know, it keeps them at advantage, so you have a better chance of like running forward afterwards. Like this is the fastest I can run forward. And same with the medium one. Reaches out further. And then this one is going to be from 48. So a lot different, less frame advantage because it goes further, but it matches the light one. It's just less damage. And then the H one is going to be able to hit crouchers. Oh, against all standing foes. Okay. So not all standing foes get hit by this. Now all of them will, and you're guaranteed to push people away that way. So that's big.
Cheer me on now.
Because people like Charlotta wouldn't get hit by that. Okay. Ethereal Seal.
Great.
Mid-air hit stun. Oh, mid-air hit stun. Got it. Shoot.
Great.
Is a lot. So she can get a combo off that almost guaranteed.
Great.
She'll be able to get a combo off that almost guaranteed on characters that get hit by it in midair, which is really, really good. And it's on the medium one as well.
Thought you had me.
So that's a big buff as well. And then this one, the hover one, it's normally one hit. It's now going to be 2 hits, 3 hits actually. So it's going to increase scaling a bit. But it's also a raw ultimate skill, so they want to make sure. They added that because they want to make it so... I know they said that... increases advantage on block and hit. This makes it easier to follow up once you do hit that. And you can run in because it's 3 hits and they get staggered afterwards. But it's still going to be like if you hit it raw... if you do a combo into it, then you get really good damage. If you just... well, maybe, I don't know. Because it's the ultimate butterfly, maybe because you shoot the arrow hits first and the butterfly pops. You don't get the scaled damage, so it's really good in that sense. But the biggest thing is... the biggest change is going to be this. So she's going to block everything, and as soon as she blocks, she's going to be doing a... I don't think I can force her to do a brave counter. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, if she like, well, we'll just do this situation here. Counterattack settings, crouch M, put the butterfly on. Butterfly goes away. No longer goes away. Butterfly will stay there and be a threat still, which, you know, it stays out less.
Just for you.
This is how long it stays out, right? Good amount of time. So it's going to be 180 frames less, so you have less chance to work with it. But the power, I mean, if it stayed out that long and it didn't go away on hit, yeah. But really good, I think. I think she moves up. She's a winner. Not a big winner, I feel like, but I think a winner nonetheless. You know, better dash moves. Ultimate skills actually have utility and should get damage off of them now. Like, all ultimate skills have utility. Both shots. So mid-screen damage is going to be increased. Butterfly damage is increased. Butterfly pressure is better. And then her zoning is better. So she got better zoning, better damage, better mix-up potential with her jumping arrows as well. So I feel like every little bit of her is improved pretty well. And there's like no downside except for that less damage on her anti-air arrows. That's like, you know, they got a small nerf in that because they're much stronger now. More better comboable and, you know, better to use, right? To just make it kind of even out. So I definitely put Metera in the winner's column here. For sure. So I mean, yeah, good for her. I like it. But just overall utility, better zoning, and then just better mix up close. That jumping arrow, jumping starry sky, I think is going to be very, very good. I finally finished the first row of characters. I finished 8 characters. I still have 24 to go. Oh my god. This is going to take till tomorrow. I promise you. I'm sorry. There's no other way around it. Oh my god, what have I done? Why would I do this to myself? Because I love the game, that's why. Lowain. Alright, Lowain's skill is characterized by his unique Skybound art and Skybound arts, but his ability to forcibly interrupt the flow of a match, particularly when the clock down has been adjusted. For his human pyramid attack Skybound art, if Lowain's HP is higher than the foe's, the clock will stop counting down. Weird. Weird. Was the timeouts really that effective? So he can't just hop on human pyramid and be in that mode and kill the clock. Huh. Additionally, the invincibility before the screen freeze when using his try this on for size super Skybound art has been removed. Wait, he can't use that as a reversal anymore? And the delay until the screen freeze has been increased slightly. These adjustments have reduced the comeback potential of his Skybound arts, but on the other hand, the overall properties of his attacks and skills have been improved. You can no longer do Wake Up SSBA! What? He got a nerf? He caught a nerf? They said we don't want to play Mario Party anymore. You can't just do Mario Party on Wake Up. Oh my god, what? So it takes longer before the freeze happens, and he has no invulnerability, but they made them better. They want to reduce the comeback potential. They want to get the comeback potential of Mario Party down. What the fuck? Oh my god. I did not expect that. Holy shit. His crouching M attack has been changed to a low hitting attack with a faster startup, increasing its utility while in neutral. The speed and distance of his dash H have been adjusted to make cross-up attacks easier. Okay, that's good. That's a very unique attack that he has. I like that. And performing the L or M versions of Sammy and Tommy, even if one of them is still on the screen, the other's strength level can be performed to call on the other one, allowing... Oh my gosh, that's cool. So normally, if one of them is on... Because normally if one was on screen, you couldn't call the other one. Now you can call one, and then you can call Sammy, and then call Tommy while on the guard string, and not have to always call both of them at the same time. That's really cool. That restructures his pressure. I like that. The startup for Magnificent Tool of Destruction has been reduced, creating more opportunities to use it in battle. Okay. Which is his counter. Oh, that's the Katalina bot. The startup has been reduced, so you can actually use it more in pressure. So they made his pressure better. The critical hit effect that no one knew he had from Ultimate Awesome Sauce is no longer random and now consistently causes a ground bounce, which goes sky high, enabling Lowain to be less random. That is not going to stop him from being less random. The ground bounce heist itself has also been significantly increased. Backstep. Duration has been adjusted to be in line with other characters, slightly reducing... Oh, they nerfed his backdash! That's also a big nerf. He got 4 frames taken off his backdash for how far it goes. So he goes a lot less further, so he can't just run the fuck away as well. That's interesting. Faster crouch M and is now a low. Okay. Dash H goes faster and farther, so it's a better mix-up tool, especially when you're setting up the homies. So with the increased presence of Sammy and Tommy for mix-up potential and using them not just in tandem, but sequentially, you have better opportunity to go for some crazy mix-ups, especially with the faster startup of the Katalina bot. Light Sammy and Tommy, M Sammy and Tommy can now be used even if L-Sam is on screen. And then L Sammy and Tommy for the M1 can now be used even if Tomoe is on screen. Cool. M Awesome Sauce. Lateral knockback for first hit has been reduced. So easier to combo into, essentially. Now causes wall bounce on counter hit, even when used mid-screen. Lateral knockback has been increased on counter hit. Okay. So if you just throw it out there, and you get a counter hit, you get a value. The EX one. Lateral knockback has been reduced, so it's easier to combo into it, and you don't get like parts where they drop out or anything. Vertical hitbox has been expanded upwards against mid-air foes and hit stun, increasing its consistency to follow-up. So better quality of life, which is great. And pushback when block has been reduced. which it's already negative, so it's make it easier to punish for all characters. Ultimate Awesome Sauce. Lateral knockback for first 3 hits has been reduced, so better to use. And again, a better follow-up. Less push block when they block it. Ground bound height has been increased for 4th hit, making it a very interesting follow-up for combos. A critical hit is no longer random. Ground bounce is now guaranteed on the 4th hit when the skill icon is active. Magnificent Tool of Destruction. Startup has... Again, there was the video of that where it shows them to go fucking sky high. It's crazy. So medium Katalina bot, which is the beam. Startup has been reduced. So it's 13 frames less of startup, but same amount of duration as the beam stays out. It just will come out faster. Okay. Ultimate version, which is the big drill. Lady Powder Pillar is no longer has collision when Lowain takes damage, preventing an issue where the foe will be pushed away. So if you hit Lowain when he summons it, you no longer get pushed by the bot. So it just goes past you, which is that's good. It makes a weird scenario where like you're not rewarded for hitting him out of it, even though it doesn't go away. HPA. Time counter now stops while active if Lowain's HP is higher than the foe's. So you no longer can timer scan people if the time is low and you have HPA and a life lead. Disband animation upon reaching the time limit has been extended, increasing the overall duration from 30 frames to 45 frames. So they just nerfed HPA and made it have more recovery. They said they made it better, but it sounds like they made it worse. They nerfed Lowain, and I like that. Because HPA was just was all he would play for, and it'd be very strong. The game wants you to disband by getting the hit. But looks like they made a buff to it, which is the finale. Or no, that's the fireworks. Oh, hey! Merp-kun, thank you for the raid! Ah, we got so many people! I am on hour number 4. In 23 minutes of breaking down the patch, and I'm only at Lowain. I'm at my 9th character. I am dying. This is going to be a 2-part stream, but I am going through literally every change and then talking about it in game. I don't know why I decided to do this, but I'm committed to the bit, so here I am. I hope y'all had a fun time, and I know the patch is kind of wild, but I like it being wild in the sense of, like, I like it because, so far, when I get to the crazier stuff, I'm sure it's going to be like, but taking away from system mechanics and making characters have, like, more versatility and having more, I like that more, even if, like, there is more reward for their skills that aren't just ultimate skills, just thrown outright. It's like everything kind of has a use and a value, which I dig, but at the same time, it's just like, there was already a lot to kind of worry about. Now it's like, you have to really have all these little details. I don't know. I'm glad to hear that waving. That's a big part, right? And thank you, Merp. I will. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping the raid. But yeah, I'm just like, I have to get through more of it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Gentle Gem Onyx. Excuse me. Like, that's my big thing, right? I'm looking at it, and it's the fun part about Granblue in vanilla was like playing matchups and not worrying about just 6XL being like the deciding factor, or just getting hit into Raging Strike, you know, whatever, right? With like the nerfs to Raging Strike damage and the nerfs to 6XL damage. They still exist as combo tools, but, you know, not as good, right? Instead, it's like everything else got juiced, so matches will still be interesting, damage will still be high, but there's more characters can do. Everyone's kind of like 2B, where 2B has so many things she can do, every other character kind of has that, and I like that a lot. Like Lowain, right? they made what? The fireworks, your lateral knockback has been reduced while launchpad has been increased. So it's easier to combo off of the fireworks in combo, so you probably can get more and get more damage off of that. Flex on them, so the overhead attack goes farther and faster. Crouching state duration on hit has been increased, chaining the frame advantage. So it's plus 18 on hit. On anti-air, if they jump, is a wall bounce. And you have a knockback, and then mid-air hits done, so they're longer. Interesting. So that's what they mean. So HPA is now more punishable. It doesn't stop the clock, but they made everything better about it. Plus 18 is interesting. I wonder what you can like combo off of if you get that. Maybe you can do like another one again afterwards, but I'm not sure. You can't just be looping them. And then of course, catch them slipping, which is the low. Travel speed and distance has been increased, so it goes faster and farther. More active frames and less recovery. So instead of standing up and then blocking the low, they want you to block the low and dodge the high? I don't know. This sounds scarier to defend against. And finally, moment of truth. The finale, it launches higher, and on hit you get more advantage afterwards. Huh. So HPA was already kind of like, I mean, it's still like something you could defend against if you're good enough, but like it's actually a lot better. It's a lot better, even though it's something that if you're trained, you can like try to navigate around. But having the overhead be farther and faster, at least like distance-wise, and having more advantage, interesting. Okay. And then of course like getting more damage off the low because the power up to like the launch, the fireworks. Okay. This is the crazy one. I love this though. This change, oh my god. Calling Yggdrasil no longer invincible. No longer invincible. They can't just wake up and do it anymore to win the game, or like try to force a game. They don't guarantee to win, right? But now they can't just like be like, oh no, eject. That's wild. Time until screen freeze, so 2 more frames of startup. So it's 33 frames until the screen freeze? Huh. Weird. That is so weird. But I'm about it. The eject button is gone, and it's basically just telling you to use HPA. HPA is basically the new eject button in this. Like, this is only for like, oh, I got space to do this. Let me do this. All right, let's go into the game and take a look at some of this. Interesting. So backstep. This goes, you know, hella far, right? It's gonna go like almost a good chunk less. So like kind of compared to like everybody else's, which is, I mean, again, he has like the best runaway in the game in terms of getting out because it's actually an actual run. So that being nerfed is nice. Easier to kind of keep him in check. Crouching M, which you would think would be a low, is not a low. Now it's a low. It's faster, and it's an actual low attack, so... That's really good. I mean, that's a good buff. And then dash H, going farther and faster, I like. Even though it's the same frame data, it's easier to use at like a far distance. You can probably like get a cross up from further out, which is great for using like the bot from a further distance, right? Like at this range, I should be able to get a cross up now, which would be very scary and make it harder. I mean, if you use the block button, you're fine, but you gotta make sure you're pressing it at the right time, making sure you're using it. Then you have this. Oops. So they buffed this L, Sammy, and Tommy. So now when I do this, if I try to do Tommy, he won't come out. Same as this. If I call Tommy, I can't call Sammy. I can't do it until he leaves. But now, while he's on screen, I can call the other one, and that makes his pressure so much better. That makes that really, really good. Awesome sauce. Better on hit. So more consistent to hit that if you actually get the hits on it in like awkward angles. It's not that bad. The H1, same way, more consistent to hit that. And then if people are in the air, it'll juggle better. They won't pop out as bad, and you'll make sure you get all those damages there. The big thing is this being -5, but you see how far it goes out? It is now less push block, so you're guaranteed, I think, a close button, and you're guaranteed a punish on it when they, because you know a lot of Lowains just will throw this out and be like, I'm fine. You're not close enough to hit a close attack, even though I'm -5, so you're not going to punish it. So now just random awesome sauce is for most characters, guaranteed punish. Then ultimate awesome sauce, kind of the same way. That's -6, but again, a lot of pushback. You're not going to get, you're going to be able to punish it a lot easier, which is just like the H1, kind of nice. This is the weird thing. Where does it say critical hit? There it is. You see it, right? I can't combo off that. There it is. So now it's always going to get a critical hit. Like you see the slowdown, right? Like that. And it's going to launch him sky high. You saw the video. Yeah, we don't have to talk too much about that. But now it's guaranteed a combo extension. So that's pretty good for him. This, faster. So it comes out faster, which is really, really strong. Especially because it takes a while for her to disappear. But it's still really good in that sense. And then if you hit Lowain out of this, let's see. What's the best way I can do this? Let me see. How can I make her get... Let me see. What if I make her... I can't do the... This is kind of tough to figure out. Hold on. I'll summon Tommy. Oh wait, I have the extended hitbox is getting hit. I guess if you DP it, you're fine. Let me put an uppercut out, I guess. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to show that. Okay, I can't show it, but that just makes it so if you hit him, she will no longer, the big bot will no longer go, will hit the person. So if you hit Lowain out of it, either through like a brave counter or whatever, then the bot just leaves and that's it. So that's a big buff for fighting Lowain in that sense. Oh, what else we got? HPA. Wrong one. So you make HPA, well, it's not infinite, right? HPA no longer stops the clock, or stops the clock if he has a life advantage. What's the... You know I don't play Lowain, right? So I don't know, like, those little things. What's the finale on it? The skill button. Okay. Or, quarter circle forward to you. Okay. Okay, so no longer stops the clock if you have life lead. And there's more whenever it ends. God, it's so weird. More recovery on that whenever they drop after time over, so you have a better chance of punishing it. Which is nice, okay, so it makes it easier to deal with and rewarded if you actually block him successfully. Flex on him. Or this. This should have oops. This is gonna have more hit stun on it. Right, more hit stun on there, and it's gonna push them farther out, less out. So you get a better ability to juggle after it. Flex on them, the overhead. What's the overhead? Heavy, okay. Plus 18 now, if you hit that. It's 19 frames to hit, so you're not guaranteed a hit off that. But that's 8 frames, so you're guaranteed that. What's the low? $23 frames, okay. 12 frames, okay. So, what is this on hit? Come on. This on hit is +3, okay. Interesting. Alright, come on. Let me have the super. So plus 18 instead of plus 9. That's 14 frames. Okay, so you're guaranteed. That basically means this. If you hit the overhead, you're guaranteed the follow-up afterwards. So if you want to just do that, well, I guess you could always do that, right? That's fine. You can link it, though, which is, I guess, a little different. I'm not sure why you want to, but that's there. The low, as I said, they made that go faster, go farther and faster, and then more active frames and less recovery, so it's very trickier to defend against. And finally, they nerfed this. I can't fucking do it. So it is more frame. I guess 2 frames of startup. What's the time until screen freeze has been increased by 2? Change it overall from 31 to 35. No longer mutable for the screen freeze. I'm curious. Hold on. What do you mean by that? Okay. So this whole thing is 31 frames, right? Before that. Okay.
You ready to rock?
I don't know. It's weird. I'd have to like see that in motion. It's a nerf, but I gotta actually see it. I'm kind of curious on how that actually works out. Oh yeah, no, exactly. Waving. It's weird that he had a crit to begin with, but hey, if anyone would have a weird random crit, good for him. But no one used Ultimate Awesome Sauce, so it didn't matter. Everyone just used the wheel, and that was it, right? They just used the Bro wheel, and then they spend their money on HPA or SSBA, right? Because that was like the only real worthwhile things to have. Strange, but it's what it is. Well, he gets... Okay, he's got nerfs in his backdash, so he still gets nerfs. Worse backdash. And more punishable awesome sauce. And they explicitly said that they want to reduce the comeback potential of his super skybound art. So they want to reduce that as like comeback mechanics. The human pyramid attack is much better, and I think that you're going to see that 90% of the time. Yiggy is less likely to be used now, even as like a Hail Mary measure. I think HPA is just better overall. Like there's no reason not to use that, even if there's like, yeah, I think overall it's just, even if it's still just kind of like, it's still Mario Party, it's still a guessing game, it's a much better guessing game for him. The summons being able to do them not at the same time and being able to use your summons one after the other while they're still on the screen is crazy good for him. More consistent combos, especially having basically bigger damage from Ultimate Awesome Sauce, that now that it's no longer random, which I guess only people who played Lowain might know, but even then, you know, his summons being better, his dash H being a better mix-up tool and pressure tool in conjunction with his summons is good, and then HPA being better. I think like I'm gonna put him in a winner side. I can't say he's big winner because like his core game plan is still the same, and they nerfed some of his really good defensive options with his backdash being nerfed and Yiggy having that like no invulnerability clause added to her. But his offense and his damage overall is better and more consistent. He has more uses for his meter now with Ultimate Awesome Sauce, and HPA is like a better round ender, even though the clock doesn't stop. So the opponent gets hit by it, or doesn't. If they don't die to it, they're better rewarded fighting against it because the clock will not just drain down. He can't just checkmate you with HPA. And I think that's a really good benefit to that. So he's in the winner column. Charlotta and Percival I think are still the biggest winners, but everyone else like good, same, and I think Lancelot's a little lost. Nothing crazy because they gave him some the little buffs are nice, so that's why he's not like a huge loser. IMO. Alright, Ferry. Ferry excels in long-range combat, using the reach of her whip to keep foes at bay. However, we find that skill gaps between players could lead to one-sided dominance. To address this... Wait a minute. Am I reading this right? Skill gaps between players could lead to one-sided dominance for the Ferry. To address this, her far-standing M and H can now be blocked mid-air, making it easier for opponents to approach by jumping. If the first thing you're gonna bring up about Ferry is that, hey, she's hard to approach, she wants to be left alone, we're gonna make her more approachable. She needs friends. Let's make our friends be able to close the gap and get on there, because we don't want players who struggle against zoning to struggle as much anymore, despite Ferry being very hard to utilize. But if you nerf the meta with dash L and just random ultimate skills, then I can see her being better in that sense. We're like, okay, we're changing how we're nerfing how neutral has been, and or the reward off of how that's played. But I don't think getting in has been a problem. But it helps some characters who have trouble getting in because she's basically a character that certain matchups she just like can hard block, and I can understand that, right? The really good characters aren't having an issue with that, but the weaker characters, Ladiva, would have a problem, and that's matchups. Let matchups be. But like, what? M and H are air blockable? Hello? At the same time, Ferry often lacked options to stop an advancing foe, so we've strengthened some of her skills to counter them. Okay, so we're making her better approach by jumping, but we're giving her better tools to deal with foes that love to just go crazy on her. L dispensed, aka the whip, just a witcha. Although its range has been slightly reduced, now swaps Ferry's position with the Apo upon a successful grab when followed by heal. Huh. So you can side swap people, which is good and bad. I mean, if Ferry is pulling herself towards the corner and side swaps and give her screen space, that's a huge buff. But then it means like using that mid screen, not that you would like, Interesting. So, automatic side swap, but it has less range. Okay. This change allows her to turn the tables by swapping places, addressing her previous difficulty in cornering opponents or escaping from corners herself. Which is true, right? If you're in the corner, you can side swap, you put your corner. That's actually pretty good. I like that. That's a net buff, even with like the nerf on it. The startup for M dispense has been reduced, so the medium whip is better and can now be charged. This adjustment makes it possible to chain it from attacks like crouching H. The rewards for landing H and U dispensed has also been improved on hit and block respectively. So they want you to use the whip more, or have more, because GG's harder to use, you're using more of the whip mid-screen unless you get like the ultimate whip to get like a hard knockdown, or just finding a way to like basically summon UGG. But now you get like more whip reward. Okay. I mean, I think that makes sense because all you got kind of was like damage or like pulling people close to you for like potential mix-up, but you didn't really want to do that sometimes. Ferry's dash H has been enhanced with increased ground bounce on hit, allowing for follow-ups like her far-standing L. In exchange, it is now more clearly punishable when blocked. Okay. Interesting. So again, another like give a little, take a lot. So a lot more punishable, but if you actually get hit by it, I mean, I wouldn't say far standing L is a great like follow-up, but I guess it's something. And then Vergriften, the orb. Okay. Now deals more hits even if blocked. Ferry can use its block stun to land an overhead attack with her jumping L. However, due to the system-wide changes affecting jump attacks during the ascent, the overall reward from this combo has been reduced. Wait a minute! That doesn't just affect that affects the GG combos. She gets less damage for going for the instant overheads because it scales now. It's not just from her ultimate, it's from GG. The system changes actually nerfed Ferry's damage, which wasn't great to begin with. Oh my god, I just thought about that. Thanks. That's wow. Oh my god, Ferry players, I wouldn't be happy. This sucks. They gave her like one thing, and that's it. Oh my god. This is not a good This is a. She relied on an instant overhead for damage. The setups afterwards, but now that's like not good. That's not good at all. Why would they do this to you? Like, if I am... If I am Papa, I'm out. I'm not playing this character anymore. Like, what is Papa's reaction? Hold on, I gotta see this. If I was Papa, I'm like, I'm out of here. Bye. Yeah, no, I know Papa's out of here. Okay, I gotta use the restroom again. But let's do on that. Yeah, but Paul is just like already was saying in chat during TNF. Like, if Metera is good, I'm making the switch to her. And with the changes to this, yeah, we'll see. Hold on, I'll be right back. Why there's Ferry? Oh, okay. So you can block stuff in midair. Far M and far H are now blockable in midair. Dash M goes further out and faster when you activate it. Dash H is now -8 on block. So you get a medium punish. But if you hit them with it, it's now a ground bounce. So her overhead now has a ground bounce to it. And you can get a guaranteed combo. They want you to use the overhead for setups as opposed to using jump L. So you have to, like, you cannot do jump L anymore. You want to use dash H, which makes it easier to block, but at the very least you're going to get a combo. I don't know about using jump L anymore because, yeah. Pull range for L just spent, her whip has been, pull range has been slightly shortened. Pull strength has been increased, swapping sides. M whip, 3 frames less startup, cannot be charged with a maximum startup of 44 frames. Okay. So you can make the timing weird. H just spent heal. Launch height has been increased, making follow-ups easier. Can be followed up with additional attacks from close and long range. So you can get more hits on it since it pops people up. So that's a nice little buff. And then the U1 pulls them further closer to you for the hard knockdown and set the free GG setup, right? Beppo. Her DP. Knockback when blocked midair has been adjusted to increase distance. So since you can still air block them, but they're going to be pushed further out, so it'll be harder to punish probably. Hopefully. And then the little whip circle. Faster startup on the medium one, and then the U1 pulls them in harder. Okay. Medium GG, which is launching GG, goes further out. So it has more tracking. UGG, launch height has been increased and knockback has been reduced, making follow-ups easier. Okay. So better if you hit people with it. Iron Ball, hit stop increased by 5 frames with blocking the final hit, so it's now +5. Which is Iron Ball? Her U. Bah. So she is now +3 afterwards when you do her little chip hit thing. So it's still her turn after you block that. For Gifton, the ball, more hits, damage is the same. And Henrikton no longer reduces damage from normal throws, raging strike, raging chains, and break counters. Because that should be her SSBA, right? No, that's the when you're in her install, you get you don't get damage reduction on things like that. So that's good. That's a buff. Overall, I think the system nerfs kind of fuck her, though. Oh, Church, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Oh my God, Church in chat. Ah! We got it. We got a VTuber celebrity in here. Shout outs to Church. Her casino is sick. An amazing VTuber streamer. A lot of FGC stuff. Great commentator for BB Tag, as well as just overall like positive and cheerful person who's ready for Belial to get the outfit buff of everyone's dreams. And yeah, well, we'll see. I don't know. The hard part is like it might be a nerf because you can't take your eyes off of them, so you'll never see your opponent and see what they're doing. But at the same time, you know, your blood is starting to like rush, and you're gonna be more into the game. So that's probably like the best part about it. I love that. Everyone's gonna be there's gonna be so many more feral Belial players, and that's gonna be scary. All right, so let's just look at how the changes look in the game. Hey, if I don't gas you up, I don't know who will. All right, someone's got to. I know you will, but I got you because we played some sets the other day and that was fun. When we did the 2v2 when I brought Jadelyn in as a surprise. I know that was fun. And that was great that we could do you and Serena versus me and Jadelyn as like a 2v2, and I think that was phenomenal. That's why I think 2xKO is sick, because it lets us do stuff like that. Okay. So yeah, so Ferry nerfs. That is now these are now blockable in midair. You can no longer air unblockable people, which is crazy. That's even the thing that they worried about. But you know what? Okay, whatever. People could just jump at her, and what are you scared of? Like, the thing is, like, her DP is air blockable. Her EX one isn't. But, like, the medium one, you have to use, like, the resources, which is crazy, right? So, no longer can you get, like, yeah, no. Her anti-air game kind of sucks a lot more now. Like, this is not a good anti-air. This move sucks. Like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Dash M. Okay. That's a little flippy flip. Okay. That's not a mix-up, though. So it's more recovery on hit. On block. Sorry. Oh wait, hold on. Don't hit me back, bro. Chill out. So now -3, so now it's -8. But it's not much of a mix-up tool. But it's more recovery, and on ground bounce, you can follow up. So you get, like, mid-screen damage. Because if you see someone getting hit with, like, a GG... If you hit someone with a GG... So her overhead goes farther and has more distance to it, which is nice. So you're better able to use that after you set up like a GG or something, right? Okay. But Dash H, that's not much. That's actually a big nerf. Be sure you get a combo off of it, but like, it's 13 frames, which is kind of fast, but now you're guaranteed to get like smacked up by a close medium afterwards. That's not good. Pull range is slightly shortened. So if you hit this, the pull range is slightly shortened, which it means like the range of the move is not going to go as far as this anymore. So it's going to have less range, but then when you do, oh, I see. Like to get the pull, you have to be this close. Like that only smacks them. So you have to be much closer for it to do the grab part to activate. Because the grab automatically activates. So like a small step back, it hits. But like at this range, it won't pull anymore. It will just it'll just hit with the whip. So that's a nerf to it. But then if you do this and you grab and you do this pull, it'll side swap, which is a big buff to her in that sense. This is now much faster. Make him stand, I guess. This is faster overall by 3 frames, so that goes quicker. And I can charge it up to make it come out longer. I guess it's just more of a tricky zoning tool, but I don't know how much that benefits. Yeah, I don't think she's eating too well. I agree, 100%. You make a lot. She's got a lot of nerfs, which is crazy, honestly. This one into the heel. Launch height has been increased, so you can make follow-ups easier. Normally, you could do like lights. It'd be easier to do light attacks. But now you can do like probably mediums afterwards instead, and not just worry about doing light. And that's at least a buff in that sense. But even at long range, you're not getting much after that, right? Yeah, you're not even at this distance. You don't get anything. So you at least be able to get lights from this range, or from close range. You'll get the mediums, right? So that's I guess that's a little better. And the yoink on this is gonna pull them closer to you on the ultimate one. So you get more advantage afterwards in that sense. And then, let's see, the DP has no I'm plus afterwards. I'm even. Peppo! -1. It's going to push him farther away. So even though I'm like negative in those situations, or it's their turn, they won't get as good a pressure, which is still kind of silly, but you know. It's still not air invulnerable, which is wild. This is gonna be faster startup. So a little probably more usable for combos. And then the vacuum here is gonna be stronger, so it's got a lot of vacuum. But imagine like at this range, it'll vacuum it now, so it has a better utility in that sense. And that's like a, you know, it's a jump scare move. Okay. GG normally goes this far. At full screen, she's gonna go further out. So it's gonna be better, like up close. Yeah, it's not something you want to use up close. But at further ranges, you'll be able to use it better, and GG is going to go farther, and you can use it as more of a tool in that sense. That's kind of nice. Not sure about Ultimate GG. So you don't get a lot of like... There's not a lot of hit stun on this, unfortunately. Like, you have the whip, and that's like it, right? That's not much at that range. It's like big whoop. I don't know. If you're making it so there's less knockback and the launch height, I don't know how big the launch height is, but if you can't, like, dash in and get something, I don't know. Kind of weird. And then Iron Ball, which is this. Can I charge it? No, okay. So that's now plus frames. It has a lot of startup on it. It's 30 frame startup. Oh, hold on. Sorry. So 17 frame startup, which is still not very fast. But now that's plus 5? Okay. It's always -2, so that's plus 5. Okay, that's cute. Plus 3, excuse me. So she's at advantage if you can actually make someone block this. This super... 8 hits. So more advantage once they're blocking it. And you get more chance to get a follow-up after you force them to block it. So that's nice. But the problem is, they nerf this. They nerf that. So if you do this, you get less damage. Like right now, like a basic combo, right? I'm gonna summon. Not a lot of damage already, right? That's what? 3690? That's gonna be less. $36.50. That's going to be substantially less damage. Your reward for doing the instant overhead off GG is actually so bad. Like, that's 4,200. It's going to be like 70% less damage when you do that. That's crazy. That's the scary part. You just, like, kneecapped her. Wow. And then they just buff this. You get more damage, like, let's see, throws 2,500 in that sense. If I do a throw now, it does 200. So you don't lose the damage from that, right? So that's nice. You get more damage when you're in the install. People want to, like, block and not get hit by, like, the goofy stuff. But still, like, that's her changes. We're looking at everything. Ugh. Did you stream today, Church? Did you have some fun? I haven't been on Twitch much tonight because I've been streaming since 9 o'clock. And it's been... Oh, goodness. How long has it been now streaming? 5 hours? For the patch? Jeez. It's getting sleepy by time soon, I think. And I still got so many more characters. I gotta wake up and start streaming again so I can just keep going. I'll see how long I can last. We'll do our best. But like I said, nerf. Okay, so we're gonna count 2 nerfs, 1 buff, a blurf. This is like in the middle ground. I think it's more nerf than buff, honestly. So that's 3 to 2. 4 nerfs. Buff. So 4 to 3. Nerf. We're gonna count nerfs first. Okay. Bring up Notepad so I can like keep up with this better. So nerf, buff, blurf, nerf, buff with the pullback. Medium, that's a buff. So that's a buff. We're tied up, 1-1. Launch height's increased better, so that's another buff. Okay, so we're above on buffs now. Ultimate, better pullback. Slight buff. I mean, that still counts, I guess, technically. Beppo goes... Knockback when blocked midair has been adjusted to increase distance. So that's a... That's hard to say if that's like... I mean, it's still technically a buff. That's in the buff range, even if it's just like small quality of life. And Trombe, that's a buff. Pull range on U version of the spin is a buff. Goes further out against range foes, buff. And UGG, launch height increased and knockback reduced, making follow-ups easier if it does hit. That's a buff. Iron Ball, plus frames. Vergiften, more hit count and easier to put pressure on. If it does hit, same damage. That's still a buff because you can mix up better during it. And then this is also a buff to her install. So right now, it's only 4 nerfs. The problem is, and they mentioned it, you nerf GG, you nerf the super, and you make it so you cannot get as much damage from mixing up anymore with her instant overhead. And that, even though there are, let me see, out of everything, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 buffs for her. But she still gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nerfs. And it is a character that's not performing well at a high level, is hard to utilize. And now, even though you change the scope of the game where characters can't get as much damage going for jump scares or 6/6Ls, it makes her better to play neutral, but you made it so her damage output is so much lower. Like, she's forced to use the H pool to get value out of it. She can no longer pull them. She can pull them close and get a side swap, but then, like, she can put herself in the corner, and that's no good. So you don't want to use, like, the light pull in the corner, because when you have an opponent cornered, because now your opponent's going to be able to, you wouldn't want to do that anyway, right? So you just do, like, a pop-up, right? I mean, it's still a nice buff, but, like, her damage output's going to be so bad now. It's crazy how bad it's going to be. It was already, like, lackluster, so now it's just, like, even harder, especially with, like, not having anti-airs at all. I don't know. I think this character, she goes in the same pile. Like, I feel like she should be in the loser pile, honestly. I want to put her in the loser pile. I don't know. Because the damage nerfs are kind of wild, but she's still got, like, a veritable amount of buffs. How well will that help her in the long run, though, right? You nerf her ball, you nerf GG damage, and I don't know. I feel like she's a loser. For the utility that she gets, and, like, the pressure is okay, but, like, I'm gonna put her in the, I don't know. It's hard to say. What do y'all think? Loser or same? She's definitely not the same. She's not a winner, so she has to be a loser. Like, there are buffs there, don't get me wrong. But it's not helping her too much. I think she goes in the same pile. Like, the nerfs, the amount of buffs she got are nice, but the nerfs are significant. And that doesn't feel good. So I think, yeah, she's kind of in the same or loser. I can see one of both, but I'll put her, like, in the same pile because, like, it's whatever. Yeesh. Ferry players are like, I'm out of here. Like I said, she got buffs. It's just those nerfs suck. Big time. Okay. Zeta. Zeta is a character with high mobility and explosive power thanks to her dynamic attacks, allowing her to change course partway through. When making these adjustments, we focus. This is a lot of text, by the way. Holy shit. We focused on reevaluating the risk-reward of the ultimate versions of Spear of Arvis and strengthening the light and medium versions that were overshadowed by the utility of the H and U version, which is understandable. You go for the EX version to get to the corner, you go for the ultimate version because it's crazy damage. The overall damage of the U version was reduced. Yay! It's now easier to punish when blocked. Good. However, its properties on hit remain unchanged, allowing for the usual follow-up options. So, YOLOing Spear of Arvis is weaker because you still get less damage YOLOing it because they reduce the damage. They increase the damage scaling on hitting an ultimate skill as a combo starter. And then if you just willy-nilly it, you'll get punished for it, which is great. Okay. Makes her more three-dimensional. The reach of her jumping edge was expanded as she had no far-reaching normals. Consequently, its hurt box has also been expanded. Good. On the other hand, her jumping new has been adjusted to be less impressive in Okazemi setups. Block high. They nerfed jump you again? Come on! That's so funny. That's actually so funny. Oh my goodness. They nerfed jump you. Wow. Cool. As it was extremely difficult to defend against it in conjunction with her other skills. I mean, that was her unique thing. She would knock you down, she'd pogo on you, and you have to take that pressure. That's what made her unique, and now you made it easier to defend against. Oh boy. The timing for follow-ups has been sped up to make them chainable, now causing a juggle state on subsequent hits. So you can chain her jump you to get a juggle if they hit. Although its Okazemi utility is no longer as strong, the reduced knockback distance on the third hit now makes it easier to follow up for follow-ups even from mid-screen. So if you do actually hit it, which everyone's just going to stand block, but I mean, okay, sure, you get a juggle on a hit afterwards. Additionally, the increased frame advantage after her throws, okay, that's cool, will over Okazemi settings after attacks other than her jump U. So you can get safe jumps, basically. Signal drives that previously had limited use was improved for better utility and potential by making it easier to connect. The reward for landing, she got a big reward, holy shit. The reward for landing Infinite Wonders has increased and now deals more damage based on time spent charging, which is her laser. Although its starter remains slow, it can be used to lead into follow-up attacks to the corner. And finally, the light and medium versions of Spear of Arvis have been enhanced to make them more viable compared to the H version. Recovery on block has been reduced, making them more difficult to punish. In return, the follow-ups now carry more risk, making hit confirmation crucial when using them. Knockback for Spear of Arvis Rise has been adjusted, now allowing for follow-ups on counter hit. The L and H version now also can be chained into from a triple attack. Okay. Dash M goes further, her overhead goes further and is faster. Jump H, forward hitbox has been expanded along with its hurt box, so a much better jump in, but you know, easier to anti-air even though it's stronger. Jump U, rebound has increased, follow-up timing is faster. If she bounces on you, you're guaranteed an anti-air. That's funny. If you have a DP, you can just get out for free. Cool. Jump U, second hit. Initial jump height has been reduced. Now causes a juggle state on grounded hits. Launch height has been increased. Third hit, initial jump height reduced. Juggle, more hits done in midair, so you gotta follow up after if you hit with it. Lateral knockback has been reduced. So basically, this is jump U is more or less okie and more it's more reward. Instead of using her air ultimate spear, you want to use jump U against opponents who are pressing throw, because then you're guaranteed a combo afterwards, which is the utility of that. Because a lot of characters, again, normally ultimate Spear of Arvis would be like the number one go-to for Zeta to beat throws. But now that you get less damage and there's less reward from that because of the forced scaling,
on hits, on the damage, you can use Jump U to get something and be more tricky to people who try to jump. Okay. Forward throw, backward throw, recovery has been reduced, so she has 8 more frames of advantage, so makes it so she can do a super jump into a hit, guaranteed, instead of having to do Jump U. M, Infinite Wonders, so her Fireball now causes a juggle state on grounded hit, now causes wall bounce, it's slow, but you get more knockback, more launch height, and you get more damage as you charge it. Okay. So on counter hit, you can basically get... On counter hit, you will get a guaranteed combo without having to spend EX, which is actually pretty good. That ups her combo game. Okay. Spear of Arvis. Forward movement when used near a wall has been removed, make it easier for follow-ups. Okay. So when you're near to the wall, it's a little easier to combo into. Light, active frames have been reduced from 7 to 6, so it's less active frames, but more pushback on block. Now it decelerates when blocked. So it's safer on block, but if you do the follow-up, you're more punishable. M Spear of Arvis. 9 active frames, so slightly reducing travel distance. So not as good to just throw out there. It could have a bigger whiff on it, okay. But more pushback, so better in general for pressure. And pushback on block on the H version, and now decelerates when blocked, so it goes slower. It has less pushback, so it's a lot easier to punish. So just doing H and pressure is pretty much guaranteed a punish from people, especially when you're trying to escape. Interesting. Ultimate Spear, damage has been reduced. So okay, it does 500 less damage at all ranges. Pushback on block, so it's not punishable on block. And it decelerates when blocked. Deceleration on block has been reduced. So she goes further, and you get closer, so less pushback, so it's easier to punish. And again, there's scaling on it, so just throwing it out will get you big punish. Interesting. Air Spear of Arvis, which is the air version of it. The anti-air version of it, where she rises up in the sky. Launch height on counter has been increased, so if you get a counter hit, you launch people up higher. Clash levels... Oh, sorry. Initial vertical hitbox has been expanded downward, allowing Zeta to chain a triple attack into L Spear. Okay! So even if she runs out of cooldown with the H Spear, she can actually do the L Spear to go up and then go for a follow-up after that. That's kind of cool. And it's a better clash, so it doesn't... it's better against... it can trade better. Or clash better against jump-ins. That's good. H version, M version, same thing. H version, launch height and counter has been increased. So no one really used this much at all, but now it's going to be a more utility. Initial vertical hitbox has been increased, allowing Zeta to chain a triple attack in the spear against all standing foes. So if they're crouching, no bow, but if they're standing, you get guaranteed H Spear of Arvis into the sky for potential follow-ups. Ultimate version of it, less damage. Pushback on block has been reduced. Rebound on block has been reduced, so she doesn't fall back far enough, and she doesn't push you back far enough so you get to punish. Ultimate Spear of Arvis Fall, which is the air one that people love doing the blow-up blows, the blow-up throws. Again, reduced damage across the board. Less pushback, less rebound. Whiff recovering when landing has been increased by 5 frames. And slowdown effect upon landing now ends upon landing if active. So now this is going to be punishable as people try to use it as the tool to blow up throws. Spear of Arvis forward or backward follow-up. Pushback on block has been reduced. So going for any follow-up on any version of it has less pushback, so it's much easier to punish. So if you do double EX forward and go back, most characters will be able to hit her as she's trying to leave. Okay. We got a Rhapsody buff. Input buffering has been added, allowing fastest follow-ups to come out more easily. So if you press a button after you activate her armor stance, you can get the follow-ups on the first frame more consistently. Knee Assault lateral knockback reduced, so better mid-screen combo ability if you hit the follow-up after Rhapsody. And lastly is Signo Drive, which is your unique action, the stabs. Now sends foes flying on hit, advancing speed has been adjusted, startup for second Signo Drive has been reduced, pushback is now increased based on number of hits, and can now continuously hit by holding the U button. Okay, so they gave her some buffs. Interesting. This will be the last character I do because I am getting tired. So that's the low. Dash M will go farther, so more utility. It already has decent range on it. So you can use it more, you can use it from further away. Jump H. Gonna be able to use it from further out. So like if you jump, you can do this from this distance and it'll hit. Which is great. It gives her more utility because she has a slow jump either way. She's got a floaty jump. So that's nice. Jump U, the rebound increased. Interesting. Weird. So rebound increased, but if you do the second one, follow-up timing is faster. Okay. So you can get the second one quicker. So if you actually land this, you're guaranteed the follow-ups there. But you gotta remember, the bounce is gonna go higher, so on block, it's gonna be easier to deal with this. Oh, it's trying to counterattack. Hold on, don't do that. So on block, it's gonna go like sky high, and you're guaranteed like that punish afterwards. Okay. Initial jump and then second hit now causes the juggle state. Because right now, all this does is nothing really. So she'll be able to get juggles and hits afterwards. So you actually have a reward. I don't know, man. This is rough. When do you get the juggle? Okay, you do like that. Heavy? Not even. That's not even a juggle! Damn. I don't see enough fairies anymore, or Zetas anymore, so I can't say. That's not even a juggle.
Great.
Ah. That combos, I guess, but still. I don't know. That doesn't feel good. Now, because you just get a juggle. You get a guaranteed combo if you do both of them, and it hits. So that's nice. And there's more hits done for when you pop them up in the air, because the second hit juggles. So you have all the time in the world to do a jump heavy or a, yeah, jump heavy afterwards. Or at least maybe follow up with like a spear that has 23 frames of startup. So you're guaranteed a dive. You're guaranteed the dive into the follow-up. So if you do, when you do this and get hits and get the juggle, you can do, you basically do this, A. Can I do frame 1? Yeah, there you go. So 26 frames, and this is 20. This is 18 frames. Okay, yeah. You're guaranteed that on hit with that, so that's cool. And the EX one is EX one. Sorry, my bad. 18 frames. So you basically guaranteed into. You're guaranteed the air Spear of Argus. So that makes that. I mean, that's a blurf. It's weird. It's so weird. Hey, Dove, thank you, and welcome. Oh my goodness, Dove, it's good to see you. Thank you for everything you've done for the community. I really do hope you enjoy your time away. Thank you for having me all the time on TMN and letting me be a part of your big journey being a TO and doing a lot of stuff for the FGC and a lot of the newer intermediate players. I'm glad you followed. I look forward to seeing what you do now that you have more time to yourself and you can really focus yourself and channel your motivation to something else for however long you like. But I can't thank you enough for how awesome you are. And if you ever make it out to an offline local just to hang out, love to see you again and share some great fun. All right, shout out to Dub. Hell yeah. All right, forward throw, back throw. You normally, basically, if you jump afterwards, you get anti-aired for free. People could just DP you. There was no way to do a jump in safely as this character. Look how high you are when you jump forward. So they increased the recovery plus 8 frames. So being able to do a safe jump is going to be much easier, which is nice. M Infinite Wonders. It now juggles. This normally would just let's see how much damage this is. 990. Still 990. So it now juggles. So you get a bounce. You can get. I don't think you can do an EX one afterwards. Maybe you can do I don't know how big the juggle is, but also because of the wall bounce. So in the corner, if you hit this whatever, right, you're -3. But now you get a combo in the corner. And then if you charge it, it'll do more damage. Forward movement when used near a wall has been removed, making it easier to follow up. Which is cool. She stays in place better, so that's going to help out to do the follow-ups, especially in air juggles, so it doesn't whiff. And you can make the timing a little easier. Less active frames and more pushback on block. So really, more pushback on block, sorry. It's negative, at max distance, so if I did A, it's a little bit better. -7, but it'll be further out and harder to punish, so that's nice. and now decelerates when blocked. So not only is the pushback bigger, but you see when it's blocked, she won't go far forward anymore. So it makes it a lot safer to use. Same as the medium one. Decelerates, just like the light one. So it'll be easier to space stuff out, use it as a poke from a further distance out. And then H1 is also decelerates when blocked, more push block, so it's still -11, but it's not going to be as bad if you block it and you space it right. The problem is when you try to run away, because of deceleration, it's going to be easier to punish her if she's trying to run away. This is a big nerf. This does less damage. And pushback on block has been increased, so at the very least there's more pushback. But problem is, because she does not decelerate as much, this is going to be easier to punish. It's -6, but she's going to be closer afterwards. This now will guarantee a hit on standing opponents. So you can do triple attack and do that. And if you anti-air, you can get a clash if people are jumping in, because I think this is air unblockable. Yeah. So people will jump in. It's a more consistent they gave her a consistent anti-air with this, where it's 12 frame startup, but like, oh, you jumped, boom. And if they clash, fine. You can clash with jump heavy attacks, which is nice. So that's cool. The medium one, launch height on counter hit has been increased, so if they jump on top of you, you can get more. And it's not that you use it as an anti-air, but I guess it's there. And the H1 is also one that if people are crouching, or sorry, if they're standing, excuse me, all standing foes, no matter what they are, will get hit by it, which is good. So that's good. That they made that move a lot better, which is cool. That's a good buff. I think she probably more the same, if anything. Ultimate Spear of Arvis. We already talked about that. This one just does less damage. So that just less damage. And on block. Sorry, Rise. It's -7, but she's not going to bounce as far away. And there's less pushback, so you get a guaranteed punish on her if she does this on you at all in a string. And then Fall, this version of it, also bounces less, has more recovery, and does less damage. So those got heavily nerfed, because that's all these players would do. Zeta players, all they would want to do is just freaking spear. And pushback on block on these have been reduced. So if you do this, you're going to be much closer and as negative as heck on any of the follow-ups. So going for a third one is going to get you extra killed. H Rhapsody allows buffering, so you can do this as fast as possible and get better follow-ups. And then Knee Assault, Knee Assault. How do you do Knee Assault? Let's see. H. Okay. The follow-up to this version of it, lateral knockback has been reduced. Okay. So I guess you get closer if you actually confirm that. Not that you get a combo or anything. But I guess okay. Sure. Knee Assault leaves you closer and helps you out there. And then finally is Signal Drive. Sends foes flying on hit, so if you hit somebody, it actually launches them in the air. Advancing speed has been adjusted, so it advances forward faster. Startup of Signal Drive second has been reduced to 16 from... Interesting. So the second part comes out faster. Pushback is now increased based on number of hits. And you can hold the button down to continue doing it. So if I do this, I can keep going for it and push them away as much as I want. So it's better for pressure, even if it doesn't do chip damage. For ending guard strings, it's going to be much better. Just to get that right distance and holding it down. So that's kind of cool. But overall, as a whole, I feel like she's weaker. Like, that's a lot of nerfs. You nerfed her Okazemi again. You nerfed her Okazemi again, and you nerfed her damage. You made H Spear a little weaker. So, I think it's hard to say. She's less one-dimensional. She's not just about using the ultimate skills anymore, because you lose a lot of damage on that now. But, like, a better jumpin'. Her Oki's weaker. So you want to take away the goofy Oki from Jump U, which is kind of, you know, it sucks. Because that's like, that was her gimmick, and now it's not anymore. Getting knocked under that is weaker. But she gets more value if it hits, so they retooled it for what it's worth. More Oki on forward and back throw. The laser beam now juggles on grounded hit, right? And it's not like you comboed on that unless you got like a counter hit. So like that's just basically, hey, I hit somebody, I can get guaranteed damage mid-screen if I get counter hit close heavy, because I can she can do her medium beam afterwards, right? So that's nice. And Infinite Wonder is basically just saying, hey, cool, you have more mid-screen damage without having to use other tools. And that's going to expand, so that's going to be better. Like, that's a nice buff. You make the spears better on block. You nerf the ultimate ones. You make her down special, the rising spear. You make that better as an anti-air. You reduce her damage. You make Rhapsody a little bit better, and you make your unique ability a little better. I think, like, winner or loser. Winner or loser. She's either same or loser. Like, she lost, like, her really good stuff. But at the same time, she got, like, some things that make her better, but I don't think it's better in the long run. Like, I think her best strengths are gone now. Like, you get a throw, you get Oki off of it, that's kind of cool. And Spear of Arvis being a little bit safer is nice. So it makes it more useful in pressure without having to use the EX version all the time, right? I don't know. I feel like she goes in the loser pile, honestly. That's my initial impression. Is like she gets sent down to losers. Like, this wall of text is kind of crazy, right? And Infinite Wonders, you only get to hit that if they don't block, or if you get a counter hit close heavy. Better anti-air, it's kind of cool, right? That's nicer. That's if you react with down. you can anti-air from a better range. So that's kind of, I like that. That's nice. And you get combo ability off of that too now, so you don't have to rely on just, if you know, might be the same. Because now you don't have to, if they're standing, you don't have to rely on just getting the EX Spear of Arvis stab. You know, you can get the Rise one to get combos afterwards, which is kind of nice. But the damage is so reduced. I think she's overall weaker. For the quality of life for anti-airs and for Oki after a grab, I don't think her buffs are enough. They're nice, but her losses are heavy. Because ultimates are also weak. Ultimates do less damage. Ultimates follow-ups afterwards, which is all about damage follow-ups, are also weaker. So doing 2 ultimates in a row is going to be heavily scaled. And then her jump U Oki, which was already weakened, is weaker again. Even if you get a combo off of it, not many people are getting hit by that either way. So like, it's cool she gets a guaranteed follow-up if it hits, but it doesn't feel like it's good enough to warrant that they made it easier to deal with again. You know, so yeah, I think she's not like the biggest loser, but she is weaker. She definitely is a loser. Damn. And with that, we have most of the vanilla cast that wasn't DLC. I think we are close to getting all the vanilla casts before DLC comes out. Yeah, because Vaseraga is the last one, so we're almost done. I'll do one more. I'll do Vaseraga so we can do the vanilla cast. And from there we have the DLC, which was going to be the 5 Season 1 Narmaya through Yule. Season 2, which is Onrey through Vera. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, yeah, through Vera. And then we have all the other characters, but I got a chunk down. I'll do Vaseraga just to say, hey, cool. I did all of the vanilla cast, and then we'll look at the DLC and the Rising characters tomorrow. Vaseraga, okay, this is a little bit shorter, we'll see. As the heaviest character in the game, Vaseraga was designed with impressive reach and power to compensate for his slow movement. Adjustments have been made to allow him to apply different types of pressure at close and mid-range, with the most significant changes to the damage and properties of his charged heavy attacks. Previously, having charged input options gave players agency to decide whether or not to consume Soulforge. To improve consistency of his options, skills are now rewarded in proportion to time spent charging. In addition to dealing more damage, the M version of Battalions of Fear, his tackle, now travels faster and farther, allowing Vaseraga to be a threat at any range. The L version's knockback has been reduced and allows for mid-air foes to recover, making it possible to continue applying pressure after they recover even at mid-screen. Oh, so that's just a buff to his tackle too. They don't get a land and pop, they get a pop and then Vaseraga's closer at them. But you lose your corner carry. So it's a slight nerf. Great Scythe Grynoth, which had a slower startup and less damage. So his command grab, slower startup and less damage compared to a normal throw, has been adjusted to now work against foes and hit stun. Oh, the sweeping slash follow-up after Savage Rampage, the stomping, now advances forward before striking, extending its reach. These adjustments were made to make it easier to approach foes from mid-range. Okay, they made his mid-range better. Again, he suffers because, like, he has really good ultimate skills to combo off of with his ultimate tackle on ultimate fireball, but they reduced the damage of that. So they made his other tools better mid-screen to compensate, but his damage is still going to be... It's going to be better. At the same time, like, you get the corner carry still with less damage, so he's not going to explode you as bad. But we'll see. Like, I'm curious. Now being able to do his command grab out of hit stun increases like his corner carry because he's gonna throw people from mid-screen, and it's a hard knockdown too. That's where like the corner carry will come from when you're up close, so he has more options in that way. Interesting. His crossover travel distance has been adjusted to match other characters. They made his roll goes farther now. Close standing H charged. Startup for close standing H is a 30 frame heavy normal. If you get hit by it, it is 300 damage. 2300 damage. So 400 more damage. But causes a crumple on hit. AKA, do not whiff DP on this man or else you will die. Even more so. Grounded hit stun has been increased to 34 frames. Mid-air hit stun has been increased to 60. So if they jump and they get hit by fully charged close H, they are going to be in for a world of death because they're going to get knocked down no matter what. Lateral knockback reduced while launch height has been increased. So if you hit fully charged and they're in the air, they'll pop up and go further out so they get more combo ability. Block stun is increased, so it's now 0 on a full charge as opposed to -4, so you're back to being even. And no longer pushes Vaseraga back when near the corner, so he stays nice and close to make sure that you both are dealing with like your fastest buttons afterwards. Far standing H was 37 frames, it's now 30 frames to fully charge. Again, if you're getting hit by this, it's your own fault. Damage is increased by 400. Grounded hit stun, which is the crumple, is now over double, so you're guaranteed like a charging tackle or something. Mid-air hit stun is guaranteed they're going to hit the ground. Anti-air now wall bounces even when used mid-screen. So again, if you try to jump away and this man hits your ass, you are now going to get bounced and die. Knockback has been adjusted, and mid-air unrecoverable duration has been increased 30 to 60. So yeah, you cannot recover. Which they guess they mentioned already, kind of. Crouching H, 30 frames, 400 more damage, pretty much guaranteed to get a knockdown. Now causes a juggle state on grounded hits, so if someone gets hit by it when you're doing crouching, which I guess that makes sense. If you get hit by it, crouch. If you get hit by it and you're on the ground, that's your own fault. It's also a juggle state. Dash H, you can charge it, and it goes farther, and it's more damage. Guaranteed combo afterwards, and launch height is higher, and now guard crushes when blocked. It is now +2 on block. If you get hit by his... How much time does it take to charge that? 40 frames. If you are getting hit by his 40 frame high attack, again, that is your fault. Oops. It was -4, but that is a 40 frame charge. They did not make the charge faster. If you get hit by a 40 frame charge dash attack, if you block that, that is your own damn fault. It does go farther and faster distance-wise, and you get a better guaranteed combo on normal hit. But again, it is a 40 frame move. Don't get hit by that, please. If he does it as a meaty, which would be hilarious, guard crushes and has advantage afterwards, which is funny, but still, like, please. Do not take his dash attack. I beg of you. Jumping U startup has been reduced and falling speed has increased, so they made his jumping U stomp better. That's cool. Better tool. So a better tool against characters who, when they try to throw, so you can do jump and to stop them going for close throw. If you sniff out a throw, you can use that as a jumping solution to punish people. If they try to grab you, you just jump U and step on them. That's good. L Instinction now causes a juggle state on grounded hits. His Fireball. Lateral knockback has been reduced. So if you hit his Fireball, you can now juggle off of it if you hit with it. Interesting. Really interesting, huh? Which again, you don't... Oh, it's counter hit. No time to do counter hits. So if you hit, like, close heavy... Because triple attack, it doesn't combo. But close heavy into that, you'll get a juggle opportunity. Okay. You can't even do crouching heavy, so it has to be like close heavy into that. So you get a guaranteed combo. Okay, we'll talk about that. I'm going to go through all of them right before I play. L tackle, they pop out now. They're not going to guarantee to hit the ground, so they'll pop out and you'll be closer to them. And you can keep your pressure after that. And it also reduced how far they get, and they're guaranteed to not hit the ground because they're going to pop up higher in the sky. The medium version, if fully charged, does 400 more damage, is now -2 on block, so it is now safe on block, and travel speed and distance have been increased, so it goes faster and farther. Scary. The H1 second hit now causes a wall bounce anywhere, and damage now increases with time. 1,000, 2,000 with no charge, 2,800 at fully charged. Okay. Huh. Second hit is guaranteed wall bounce. Didn't it already wall bounce? No, it didn't. This never wall bounced. So now you can use this instead of you're being forced to use the ultimate one. You get a wall bounce on this character if you do that move, which is again not very easy to. Well, I would say not very easy. So that's scary. Ultimate Battalions of Fear gains the same properties as Ravaging Stomp, reduces damage by 50%, unarmored against unblockable skills. Okay, so you can no longer armor unblockables, like, okay. And it just reduces damage by 50%. Pushback on second hit has been reduced when the first hit is blocked. So if you block the first hit, the second hit doesn't push you as far away. It makes it more punishable, like it's supposed to be. So I guess that's a nerf. Oh my god. L Scythe can throw range has been expanded, so it throws from farther, and you can grab people and hit stun. So you can do triple attack into the command grab and toss their ass into the corner, and then power up. You're not forced to go for like light tackle. If you want to get space, you can just do the command grab. That's amazing. I love that. Or if you don't have a charge or don't want to use, like, I don't know, you can always use the easy input. That's fine. Great Scythe can now grab foes in hit stun as well. Ultimate can do the same. Neat. Sweeping Slash now advances forward, so when you do that, the low off of the stomps, it goes farther out. And Ravaging Stomp, upper hitbox has been reduced. Block stun has been increased from 24 to 29, changing frame advantage from -11 to 11 to 6. Pushback on block has been increased. So his Armored Stomp is harder to catch people jumping, so people can jump out of it, because normally that was like an anti-air if people were trying to jump out of your stomps. So you can do that now, and you can jump out of it better, but now it's only -6, so it's harder to punish. Okay, got it. Let's run through this real quick, and we'll call it a night. So his crossover goes further now, so it matches their characters. It's very stubby right here. You could barely cross somebody over. Close standing H. 30 frames. A lot more damage. And opponents will crumple. Right now, all you can do is triple attack. Like, you're even on hit, right? You just do a triple attack, and that's all you got. Right? So you get all the world. We saw that we saw the far one in the video. Causes a crumple, so you get 9 more frames to hit somebody here, which means like you're guaranteed to do like the EX one if you ever hit this, which you already are. So you can get a follow-up on hit without having to commit to a follow-up. A mid-air hit stun increase, so normally if they get hit by this in the air, they can pop, right? Now they guarantee they're going to hit the ground no matter what if they get on the air. And then also, if they get hit by this, they get popped up higher, and you'll get a follow-up. An easier time to follow up afterwards. Because I think you can probably do like far M afterwards, where if you hit him in the air, you can't get anything. You probably get a far heavy. Yeah, you might get a far heavy. Or at least a tackle. Well, you can already get a tackle. That's good. And then, block stun. This is -4. It's now 0 on block. And Vaseraga in the corner. Doesn't get pushed away, so he's nice and close, even at 0. Far standing H. Faster startup, more damage. You get the crumple. More hit stun in the air as well as the other one. If I can hit them in the air, yeah, they pop out. Now they're guaranteed to hit the ground, right? Yeah, same thing. Mid-air, blah, blah, blah. Knockback has been adjusted. And now causes a wall bounce. So if they get hit by this in the air, they're going across the screen. You get a combo, guaranteed. Yeah, they'll get bong off the wall. It's probably gonna be hilarious too. And then crouch H. Faster startup, 6 frames less, more damage, 400 more damage. They're not gonna pop out as bad. So you're guaranteed to find like follow-ups afterwards besides the stomp. You'll be able to get like a heavy tackle afterwards instead, right? No matter what height they're at. And then if you hit them on the ground, that's -9. Your reward off that is like whatever. Light tackle. Medium tackle? No, not even that. Not even fireball. All you can do is light tackle. So now you get, if you actually manage to hit that, they're in a juggle state. They'll be airborne, and you can get a combo. Thankfully, because like being -9 and just getting a light tackle on a move that's 30 frames is actually really shitty. Dash H, again, please never get hit by this. This is 40 frames. That is 40 frames. Do not get hit by this. It's 40 frames and -4. 40 frames, by the way. I'm telling you. I keep telling you. 40 fucking frames. Too much. So more damage if that hits. It launches people higher, so you're guaranteed a better combo if that actually does hit, which it never should. And when they block, it's going to guard crush and be +2 instead of -4. I'm going to say again, please don't get hit by that. Jump U. Faster startup, so it's going to activate faster. It's normally active on the 25th. The fastest you can do is 25 frames, typically. So you're going to be able to do that, and it's going to fall down faster, so it's going to be probably like 20 frames. L Instinction. If you hit that, it's going to pop people up, you get a juggle. Normally you can only combo off of close heavy, or like medium counter hit, at the very least, right? So you get a juggle, which is nice. It's, you know, more combo structure midstream without spending resources. L Battalions of Fear. On air hit. Let's counter hit. Hold on. Let me take that away. Normally they bounce off the ground, no matter how you hit the mat. But now they're gonna pop up. So you can't, like, I don't think you're guaranteed like the Soul Forge anymore. Because they pop and they probably can punish Soul Forge, especially characters with more range. But yeah, now they recover in the air when they get hit by that. But yeah, they launch higher up in the sky. So you might be able to get like combos off of this, honestly. Even though it's a lot less recovery. Well, you know. We'll have to see. The M version, when fully charged, more damage. Because there's like, what? 1800? So now do a lot more. And now it's -2. Because on block, it's normally... The charged version is -4. So now it's -2. The uncharged version is -8. So if you fully charge it, you're at least just -2. It's like max range. Honestly, it's going to be better. So you'd be more plus if you do it at max range. And it's also going to go faster. So it's going to make it, if it goes faster with more distance, it's going to be harder to make it plus. Except for like the -2, so yeah. H Battalions of Fear. It's now going to wall bounce, which it didn't before. So it doesn't get to the wall mid-screen. So when you're in the corner, which again, you're hitting a heavy to get it, you get a wall bounce and you get a juggle. And you get more damage if you charge. That's so much charge time. Jesus Christ. And then the ultimate one, I don't know what the armor properties are now. Does it say on here? So you can't use it to get out of unblockables. And you just reduce the damage instead of like negating all damage. Okay, so interesting. Pushback on the second hit when the first hit is blocked. Pushback on the second has been reduced when the first hit has been blocked. So if you block this up close, this is where it leaves you at -6, so it's going to be closer now, so easier to punish. It's always -6, but at least you're guaranteed to get that punish. Whereas here, like, if you do it without, you're still -6, but it's gonna be it's not gonna have the reduced pushback if that first hit doesn't work. So if you actually like bait it out, you're gonna get guaranteed punish, which is nice. And then you make this better. His command grab is better, which is already kind of like shitty by itself, right? It'd be like this close. They're gonna make it so like probably like at this range, so like at small gap. Because like I try to tick throw, right? I can do 1 and be fine. If I do 2, I miss. So it's probably gonna be like A, and then I can get it from here. So if I do like 2, I'll be able to grab them. But the crazy part is that I can do like A into command grab, and that's gonna work now. And the range is also going to help because they made the range better. It's going to be easier to combo into the triple attack or off of strikes. And then also going to have the ability to grab people out of hit stun. So you no longer will whiff if you try to go for a tick throw even. That's not true. But like here, like if I do like a heavy and they get hit by it, I went for a command grab setup afterwards. Because like if I block, it doesn't work either. Then I'm blocked some. If I delay it, it works. But then like yeah, you're guaranteed to scoop them up if you play your cards right, which is kind of crazy. Same with the ultimate one, which I'm not gonna have to show. And then lastly, sweeping slash. The B follow up, he's gonna move forward when he does it. You're gonna back up and then move forward, so it's gonna be kind of scary and make it easier to use, which is kind of cool. And then lastly is Savage Stomp, which is this. Is gonna be, you can jump out of it nicely, right? Because if you like say, if I jump, it would hit them, right? And stuff like that. But now it's going to be easier to jump out of. So if they try to do that, you can avoid it a little bit better, which is cool. That's a little bit of a nerf, but everything else is kind of buff-wise pretty good. Especially being -6 instead of -11 is really strong too. And that's Vaseraga. So overall, I think quality, like there was no nerfs here, except for like his ultimate tackle is nerfed, and that's it. Everything else is buffs, buffs across the board. Like he's a winner. Like I can't say big winner. We'll see. I'm gonna put him in the winner status because like the charged heavies, the regular heavies aren't better. It's only the charged ones, and that's still 30 frame attacks, right? Jump U is better, which is nice. That's one of the better quality of life ones. Light Extinction is better. It's also another good quality of life. You just have to make sure you land your heavy attack, and you can get a combo right. Or, you know, that's fine. Light Tackle, keeping the pressure on. It just means you don't get Soul Forge as easy off a Light Tackle, but you're at least able to keep pressure on. It's just if you want to use Soul Forge, you're gonna have to use like other options. And Battalion of Fear. Charging it up is kind of cool. H1, you get better corner combo damage, which is nice. And the command grab being a tool you can use if you hit somebody on the ground gives him more, it's more utility. If you have your EXs on cooldown, you can use that as an alternative to get a knockdown or to get a hard knockdown. So I think, yeah, he's not the same. I mean, this is clearly a winner, right? So he goes up. He goes up. There you go. Nice. So, end of the day, so out of all the vanilla characters, Charlotta and Percival, big ups. Gran, Ladiva, Metera, Lowain, and Vaseraga, ups. I think Katalina, Djeeta, and Ferry. Ferry is same and loser. She's like in that threshold. Whereas like Katalina, I think it's nice what they gave her, but I think like compared to other casts, she didn't get too much. I think she's kind of just on that. She's still on that kind of the middle ground. So you know, Djeeta, she got buffs, but she got like some nerfs too, like her core part of her game plan. So even though like they retooled some things, I feel like she's kind of in the same spot. And then Lancelot and Zeta are weaker, I think, guaranteed. And that's it. That's what we have so far. All right. I will do part 2 with the DLC cast tomorrow. Or today, after I wake up. I'm going to take some sleep gummies, and I'm going to hit the hay. But I appreciate anyone who hung out and watched all of this. I got a lot more of the cast to go through. That was 2, 7, 10, 12 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 20 characters to go. 20 characters to go. 20 characters to go.
Ladiva, Djeeta,
Is that right? 20 Oh my god.
Ladiva,
Oof. This was a long stream too. I am tired. I'm crazy for doing this, but it must be done. That was 6 hours. Right, I did this many. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sheesh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did 12. I have 20 more to go, and that's going to be another 6 hours plus. But as soon as I wake up, we're going to jump into it. Thanks for watching. I hope you'll have a good rest of your night or day. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, whatever. I am beat. Until next time, y'all, I'm going to send you to some fun. If there's even anybody left, which I don't even know at this point. I don't blame you all for dipping, because holy shit. Online is... Who's online? Who can take this raid? Maybe a little Space Rock? Alright. We're gonna raid Little Space Rock playing some Dead by Daylight. For the first time, I have a raid that's big enough to go drop it on her. So I'm gonna do that. Enjoy some DBD. I'll catch y'all next time. You'll have a great night. Thanks for watching. Take care. Be well. Be safe. And keep on rocking.
It's gonna be like a rate above when I drop down or something, right? Okay, that didn't work.